G'day, mate, 40 here. So I've got a personal problem, and even better than that, I've got a philosophy about my personal problem that I want to talk to you about. So here's my problem. People tend often to treat me with less respect than I would like. And I tell myself, oh, 40, you're just a brave man because you lead with your vulnerability. But I tend to lead with vulnerability usually out of a neediness and out of a desire to manipulate other people. And so it's not a super successful strategy. And there are many ways that you can work on educating people to treat you with more respect. But here's my experience with problems like this. The problem's not the problem. The problem is a reflection of a deeper problem. And the more I lead a life that I can respect, the more I lead a life that I can admire, right? The more I can stand behind my choices, then my behavior just automatically improves and people treat me with more respect. Whew. So I've been running my transcripts, my YouTube transcripts of my show through Grok. It's the AI tool on Twitter, and asking Grok, where do I lack self-awareness? And the results are a little bit painful, and they're painful because I find that they're more than 90% valid. So when Grok accuses me of racism, that's meaningless to me. It doesn't sting because I don't see any validity to that accusation. Criticisms only sting me to the degree that I accept and recognize that they are valid and true. And then it's a little bit painful, but in the end, absorbing reality is usually a good thing. But here's a little bit more. How do you address people treating you with disrespect? I really like the perspectives on this YouTube channel by Orion Taraband.
Disrespect is typically a process. It happens gradually over time.
Okay, so I should just cut it off there because it's only feeding through on the left side of my audio. But he's right. Disrespect is a process that does not usually begin with dramatic levels of disrespect. It's something that builds over time. And we have such a profound effect on how other people react to us, right? We teach other people how to treat us. And if we are getting treated with disrespect, it's likely going to reflect things that we're doing. Right, I like that Orion Taraband video, but I'm not going to play more of it because it bugs me that the audio is only playing in the left side of my headphone. All right, this is Bret Baier on the New Yorker Radio Hour.
Onslaught of coverage and attacks that came from one side. I mean, the first presidency was all about the Russia investigation for almost 6-7 months. That's all we heard about. It was nonstop.
I'm not going to accept the premise, but okay.
And Bret Baier is right there. The news media was dominated for about 2 years with the Russia investigation. And the most important part of that investigation was not whether or not Trump was an agent of Russia, right? That was absurd. It was not that Trump was coordinating with Russia to disrupt the 2016 election. It's that there never was any evidence that Russian interference was decisive or even close to being decisive in the 2016 election result. So it was never an important story. I don't see the Jeffrey Epstein story on its face as being an important story. I haven't talked that much about Jeffrey Epstein. And even if Jeffrey Epstein was a tool of foreign intelligence, even if he was used by Mossad to blackmail important people, I recognize that nation states will act in their own self-interest and they'll do whatever is effective. And if that's how he was used and that was effective, then it doesn't ruin my day. I want all the journalistic and legal scrutiny of Jeffrey Epstein. I want as much openness as is legal and proper. But I don't see the Jeffrey Epstein story on its face as a top 50 story in significance right now. I recognize that symbolically is a top 5 story for millions of Americans. It's not a big story to me.
Okay, go ahead.
But I mean, it really was nonstop. So
well, you had all the intelligence agencies saying there was election interference.
The question is, how significant was it? Right? You have to put it in context. We interfere with foreign elections all the time. Many different countries interfere with our elections. So in the sum nature of things, right? How significant was the Russian interference into the election? And the brutal facts on the ground was it was far from being decisive. That's the most important. Yes, Russia interfered with our 2016 election. Foreign countries have interfered with many of our elections. Were any of these forms of interference decisive for any American presidential election? No, far from it.
The question was whether or not the president played any role in that,
Or
other than being the passive recipient of
Right.
that.
But I mean, he was characterized as a Russian asset in some corners. And
Although it was made confusing when the President of the United States gets up and says and addresses Russia and says, what?
yeah.
It wasn't confusing when Donald Trump joked and said to Russia, if you have Hillary Clinton's email server and you have the 10,000, 20,000 emails that she refused to turn over to the FBI, I urge you to make them public, right? That was funny, right? That wasn't confusing. It was only confusing if you were bought into the delusion that Russian interference was decisive.
I know.
Bring it on.
Right. And the emails and finding the emails. We covered it all. But my point is that was a big part of the coverage of his first term. Then in this latest effort, all of these legal cases that were going after every element of now you can argue the whether it was right or wrong, but it was characterized as lawfare by the right.
And America's institutions reacted to Donald Trump as if he were a killer virus. And it's still true today. But one big difference that I see is that there is now a kind of a grudging admiration for the effectiveness of the second Trump administration. And you didn't really see that grudging admiration for the effectiveness of the first Trump administration. Also, I notice a similar theme. I see a grudging admiration for Israel's effectiveness fighting back against its enemies over the past year. Kind of just underneath the ostensible layer of concern and worry in news media coverage of Israel's wars over the past year. Then, one other thing about disrespect. So most of my peers are more successful than I am, right? They're married, they have mortgages, they make more money, they have more status, and they have children. And so I was relaying something that my boss had said to me many, many, many years ago. And my friend said, I wouldn't put up with that for 10 seconds, right? Why did I put up with so much disrespect? Because, first of all, I taught people to treat me with that level of disrespect. Second, I think because it mirrored how powerful people in my life spoke to me and treated me for my first few years. And so I've kind of internalized that it is normal. It feels like home when people treat me with gross disrespect. And then I watch other people, how they would not put up with that for a second. And I have to admire it. I quite respect Mark Halperin's efforts.
Just kind of in regard to the monologue and Epstein, I'm curious why the media, well, not the media, but why the right wing has been so obsessed with this story. But now that there's actually documentation coming out about the Russia collusion hoax, it seems to be going completely under the radar. And even you personally, Mark, I know that you've held the media accountable for the cover-up of Joe Biden's, cognitive decline, but I haven't heard you talk a lot about the lack of coverage or, in-depth investigation into what was basically a 4-year obsession with something that was very likely created by the Obamas and the Clintons working together to take down, Trump in his first administration.
Well, I have talked about it over the years. I haven't talked about it as recently because it's not as recent. But it's incredible, and it's the same phenomenon in this respect: outrageously biased coverage, and coverage clearly intended to help one side and hurt the other side, and then virtually no accountability for what they did. The Washington Post media critic Eric Wemple did a really long series, I think it was, on Rachel Maddow and all of her coverage of this.
So I think Mark Halperin is the most important, most accurate, most significant news media critic right now, of which I'm aware. So if Jeffrey Epstein's not the most important story right now, then what is the most important story? So obviously if nuclear war breaks out because of our involvement in Ukraine or the China versus Taiwan conflict or Israel versus Iran, then that would anything that we're doing that would lead us to that path, that would be the most important story right now. Anything that we're doing that leads towards an outright war between the superpowers, Russia, China, the United States, whether over Ukraine, Iran, or Taiwan, obviously that would be the most important story. I don't see that occurring right now. So to me, the most important story right now is Donald Trump's battle to change and transform America's institutions, which are currently overwhelmingly dominated by the left. And Donald Trump, top down, is trying to transform them. Now, people love a magic key to understand the world. And on the populist right, one popular magic key is that Jews are behind everything that's going on in the world right now. And then related to that is an accusation that Jewish pedos are behind everything going on in the world right now. Or the non-anti-Jewish variant of that is critical pedo theory. That's Scott Greer's phrase, and I think it's right. There's critical race theory, which is often dominant on the left, and then there's critical pedo theory, which is dominant on the populist right. It's this imagination, this theory that the world is ruled by a pedophile cabal and systematic pedophilia is inherent to the current order, and that these elite pedos are evil by nature, which is why they're using space lasers to cause forest fires, and they're using their weather machines against red states. So I don't believe that the elites are more perfidious than we are, right? I believe the elites are just like us, only they're elite. The rich are just like us, only that they're rich. And so I don't consistently side with the elites. I don't consistently side with the populist reaction against elites. All right, I pretty much come down half and half. And so the Jeffrey Epstein announcements from the Trump administration have come as a shock to much of the MAGA base, because they have their leader telling them that a core element of their worldview is not true. And so they're up in arms. And Scott Greer notes critical pedo theory. I prefer the English pronunciation, right? Pedo, it sounds more prestigious. The American would be pedo. How would Yank say that? Critical pedo theory. So it gained credence as a response to the left. So liberals would condemn right-wingers as racists. And so then the right found a very effective comeback by calling the left groomers. And if people are calling you Nazis and racist, then turnaround is fair play, and you use an epithet that is unfair but stinging on your adversaries. So call them groomers. So I hate how after the 2020 election, Donald Trump said that election was stolen. I hate how he encouraged millions of Americans to believe the election was stolen. One consequence of this is that you have released millions of Americans from the normal moral safeguards that regulate people's behavior. Because once you get people to believe that the election was stolen, then there are no moral impediments to anything that they then want to do. And the result of this release from moral impediments, you had the January 6 riots, which, to the best of my knowledge, compared to everyone else on the distant right, I think I was much more outraged by the January 6 riots. I put much more energy and attention and specificity into condemning the January 6 riots. But I now recognize very reluctantly that there was a pragmatic value in showing that the right could engage in street violence, not just Black Lives Matter, not just Antifa, not just the forces of the left. And sometimes the most honest thing that you can do is to punch someone in the face. Now, that's usually a terrible idea, right? Don't do it unless you're fighting for your life. But now, in retrospect, I'm recognizing the January 6 riots were a punch in the face to America's reigning political institutions, just like the Cronulla riots in Sydney, Australia, circa 2005, against Lebanese immigrants who were trying to take over the Cronulla beach, there were Lebanese immigrants who were gang raping Australian girls. It was a reaction to these Muslim grooming gangs that have been uncovered in Sydney. And I reluctantly recognize, as Helen Andrews pointed out in her Compact Magazine essay, that you have to maintain control of your territory. Beaches in Australia are sacred, like cathedrals. They are the cathedrals of this overwhelmingly secular country, and you can't allow immigrants to come in there and disrespect your women, to gang rape them, to call them names, and to take over the beach and say play soccer on the beach while disrupting the normal way that you would use the beach. And so to maintain your territory and to maintain and protect the values that you want to dominate in your territory, men have to stand up. And when men stand up, there has to be at least an implicit threat of violence. So I am not in favor of pardoning anyone who engaged in assault on January 6th. I'm particularly not in agreement with pardoning those who engaged in assault against police. But I reluctantly recognize the value of the street fighters on the right who punched our political institutions in the face. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I hate it, but I recognize some of the value there. And it's painful for me to say this, in large part because of recognition of my own vulnerability. I did some deep cleaning last night. I can't believe how much gunk I removed from my carpets. I think it was the first time I deep cleaned my carpets in 5 years. It's embarrassing how much gunk was in my carpets. But sometimes when I engage in a vigorous deep cleaning and a vigorous vacuuming, my lower back goes out. And that's embarrassing, particularly as an Alexander technique teacher. Now, it didn't disable me. It was just kind of temporary. I was able to get back to function. But I was suddenly rendered, quite vulnerable. And when you have a very clear, direct recognition of your own vulnerability, you feel much more incentivized to promote the rule of law, because as I think it's in the Mishnah, the tractate, The Ethics of the Fathers points out, pray for the welfare of the government, because without it, men would swallow each other alive. So it's not easy for me to recognize the value of street fighters and to recognize the value of extrajudicial threats of violence. But sometimes, maybe even if I don't like it, that's just pragmatically necessary if you are to discourage grooming, to discourage behavior that threatens to take over your territory. And territory is usually commanded by one specific group. And there is sometimes, God forbid, a racial component to that group or a religious component to that group. And unless that group stands up for itself, sometimes with a threat of extrajudicial violence. Juridical sounds more prestigious, but sometimes without the threat of that extrajudicial violence, as you saw with the Cronulla riots or the January 6 riots, then you're handing over dominance of your territory to the enemy. And I remember serving on a jury in Compton, and the defendant was a young black man, and the evidence was simply overwhelming that he was driving while very drunk. And there were 2 or 3 black women on the jury who just said, I don't care what the evidence says. There are too many black men in prison, and they were going to vote not guilty, which would have made a criminal conviction absolutely impossible. And this is not an unknown phenomenon. Not just with blacks, with different groups, they will refuse to convict members of their group. I wonder if there is more tribal or racial loyalty among African Americans right now compared to any other group in the United States. I think early Jewish immigrants and early immigrants of other groups probably had a very high tribal loyalty and would have been quite likely to vote against any conviction of a member of their group. But right now, I wonder, do blacks have more group loyalty than any other group? And so I recognize the challenges that this provides to the Anglo-Saxon system, to the system of trial by jury, but I also can't help admiring that. I recognize the pragmatic value of loyalty to your tribe. But I also recognize the significant challenges that then presents to a nation built on Anglo-Saxon institutions.
Didn't write much about his own paper and what they did. So this is another area where there are tens of millions of you who feel the way you do, who say, how can, even if they're not super ardently for Trump, say, how can the press ask to be treated like a credible arbiter of the national conversation when they would do this? So for those of you who don't know what happened today, the head director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, number 10, please. This is something I'm sure the president's highly interested in. She, in her job, has been going through the records, and the Biden folks, the Obama folks, left behind a paper trail of what they did in the context of the 2016 campaign, where the premise was that the Russians colluded with Donald Trump to steal the election. I will say, I did quite a bit of reporting on this at the time and afterwards. It was a tough situation for Barack Obama because the intelligence community was getting legitimate and, as far as I'm concerned, undisputed indications that Russia was trying to interfere in the election to help Donald Trump. Not about collusion, but about the Russians feeling that way. And so
the question is, was it decisive? And there was never any evidence that it was decisive or even close to decisive. Therefore, it wasn't that important.
It's a difficult decision. If you did this as like a case study at the Kennedy School of Government, you're the president of the United States, you're a Democrat, you're trying to help Hillary Clinton win the election, and your intelligence community, wearing not your political hat, but your governmental hat, says the Russians are trying to do this. Do you say it publicly? Do you try to warn people publicly that this is happening, knowing that if you say it, you could be accused of helping Hillary Clinton win the election because you're basically saying Russia's for this guy and not for her. Very difficult choice. And I interviewed a bunch of people who were involved in that. That's a clean choice. What's being alleged and the suspicion is that they tried to make it seem like it was not just Russia helping Trump, but Trump working with Russia. So put up you could number 10, accused of helping Hillary.
I'm trying to run a show here.
Bigger for my tired old eyes, for me to see them. Obama administration manufactured intelligence to create 2016 Russian election interference narrative, documents show. So what Tulsi Gabbard is arguing is, you can replace this one, Sam, please, with number 11. What she's arguing is that the documents suggest not just that they were trying to be honored brokers here, but that they in fact made stuff up to make it look worse for Trump than it was. Gabbard threatens prosecution against Obama administration officials for treasonous conspiracy. Now, I've not waded into the documents, so I don't want to weigh in on the accuracy of this, but she is making criminal referrals, and it's without a doubt, Dustin, as your question suggested, that this attempt was led to the Mueller investigation, and the President Trump feeling strongly. People, I think, I'd be good if people on the left had sympathy for this. Seems pretty self-evident that much of Donald Trump's presidency was consumed by having to deal with an independent.
So I noticed as I'm pulling up various browsers and tabs right now that Gemini AI, Google's AI agent, wants to be more and more in our online lives, and it could be incredibly useful. For example, I would want to know if there are any important unread emails that I have. And so Gemini has access to my email. I'm glad for Gemini to have access for my email, but it's terrible at telling me if I have any important emails. I ask it, do I have any important personal emails right now that I have not read? Particularly, I know some things go to spam that I should be aware of. And when I ask Gemini that question, it comes up with all these notifications from various Substacks. Right? That's not personal, guys. Right? I need something that's personal. Whew. Also, I spent hours preparing for this show after, I think, asking ChatGPT to pull up the most important 40 quotes from the PBS Frontline documentary that I want to play. And I spent hours preparing for it and analyzing these quotes, only to find that many of the quotes were fake, hallucinated, just wrong. And the timestamps with them were wrong. And they were just so bad and so wrong, I had to delete them. And I recognize, again, I should have fact-checked the accuracy of the suggested quotes from this PBS documentary before I ever started commenting, preparing thoughts on them.
Council investigation that really, when it ended, people say, well, it showed Russia tried to help Trump. That's different than a collusion. So to your point about me, I have talked about this over the years a lot. Maybe I should reference it more when I talk about the Biden stuff. But as you know, it's my own special hobby horse to talk about the Biden.
Ooh, okay. So the rich and the elite are different, says Kip. It's true that most people have quirks or weirdness, but the rich and the elite have the means to indulge themselves in a manner that others simply cannot. Their kinks grow and grow if they can't control themselves. Yes, right. So we're both right. There are ways that the elite are different, and there are ways that the elite are the same. The elite and regular folks are the same in that we both have a human nature that is naturally leaning towards the lazy, selfish, lustful thing to do. Elites have more power to pursue their lusts than we do. Also, one thing you didn't point out, which Adam Smith pointed out in his great 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations, that the middle and upper classes can often get away with vices that would permanently destroy a member of the lower class. So, God forbid, there are members of the upper class who can get away with sexual promiscuity, a level of promiscuity that would destroy the life of someone in the lower class. Right? People with a 130 plus IQ often have a level of discipline, and they often have assets and relationships and resources at their command that enables them to do things that would be permanently destructive for someone with an IQ below 100. So there are some very smart people like a Jack Nicholson or a Warren Beatty who seemingly have managed to lead seemingly successful lives filled with enormous amounts of sexual promiscuity and, certainly in Jack Nicholson's case, extensive drug use. And I would think that these vices would be devastating for people with a lower IQ. So I've been running the YouTube-generated transcripts of my show through Grok, and then getting feedback, asking Grok to tell me where do I lack self-awareness, and then I put all the 15 plus of my most recent live streams. I put them into Grok and received specific feedback on each of those live streams, and then I put all that feedback into one Word document, fed that back to Grok, and said, give me some bullet points. All right, what are some generalizable blind spots? Where do I tend chronically to lack self-awareness on these streams? And looking at the chat really helps to get different perspectives. So here are the ways that I typically tend to lack self-awareness, and I think this is pretty accurate. Overgeneralization, yep, projection of personal experience. So I do base a lot of my worldview on my own personal experiences. So I use personal anecdotes to frame universal truths about social and geopolitical issues, and I fail to recognize the subjective lens that these experiences impose. True. I often have contradictory stances and inconsistent principles. I will critique others for the very behaviors, such as attention-seeking and lack of evidence, that I exhibit, such as advocating for neutrality while I emotionally support certain outcomes, such as Israel's actions against Iran, many of Trump's policies, or I will criticize elite biases while ignoring my own. True. Uncritical acceptance of selective sources. So I often rely on unverified or speculative sources, such as the YouTube channel Lay's Real Talk, or posts on X, while dismissing mainstream expertise without acknowledging my own susceptibility to confirmation bias. I have an emotional bias overriding my claimed objectivity, right? My emotional reactions often dominate my analysis. I fail to reflect on the rhetorical impact of what I say. I use provocative, inflammatory rhetoric, such as on immigration, DEI, and gender, and thus I am contributing to polarization. I am exhibiting overconfidence in non-expert opinions. I make bold claims on complex topics, such as aviation crashes and geopolitics, despite admitting my lack of expertise, and then I fail to adjust my assertions to reflect this limitation. I have unacknowledged tribalism. 40 has strong alignment with specific identities, such as Orthodox Judaism and right-wing politics, that shape his commentary. He does not fully examine how his tribal biases distort his views. I engage in tremendous amounts of self-criticism without behavioral change. All right, I'll acknowledge my neediness, right? But I will fail to act on these insights, and so I'll continue patterns like provocative content or poor presentation without adjustment. I will underestimate my own influence. Whew. Right. And so I said, okay, I recognize that this is true, but give me some jokes. Let me process this with some jokes. Right. Here's the main topic for today's show.
The United States Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to continue with their cuts to the Department of Education.
The showdown over the power of the president.
The Constitution vests all of the executive power of the federal government in a single person, the president.
Do we have the rule of law or do we have royal decrees? That's what's at stake here.
You're not going to scare us, and we're not going to stop.
Our constitutional structure is definitely stressed.
Now on Frontline, Trump's power and the rule of law.
I love it that normally these Frontline documentaries begin with brought to you by the John M. Olin Foundation or Crest Toothpaste. Now they just go right into it. Good on you, mate. I remember I was so happy on Trump's inauguration day.
President Trump is at the Capital One Arena for his inauguration parade. He is expected to...
And I will recognize that there was an element of the intensity of my happiness that reflected a certain emptiness in my life. All right. If I had children, all right, I would be finding all the excitement I need from having kids. As I don't have kids, I have to go out and chase excitement, which makes for a more dangerous life, right? We were evolved to primarily care about our family and to look after our kids. And so there is an excitement chasing element to people who, like myself, who don't have kids. And then when you chase excitement through live streaming and blogging and provocative online commentary, and I just love uncomfortable topics, all right, that means I am swimming in a river where there are very strong currents pushing me towards self-destruction. There are just so many ways to make an absolute fool of yourself and to show yourself in a bad light when you do this. And so I think the position of the observer is an important part of the story.
To fire up that packed crowd there.
President Trump will sign in the arena from cheering crowds a number of executive orders.
Norms and institutions are a thing of the past. The wrecking ball is back. And this time, he and his supporters mean business.
Yeah, this Trump administration is so much more effective than the first Trump administration. Right. I took away from the first Trump administration everything that I knew about Donald Trump. I read several biographies of Trump, and I just concluded that Donald Trump simply was not very good at running things. And now I have to reassess that because this Trump does seem to be pretty good at running things. Now, as long as Trump is a wrecking ball for me, for my understanding of America, then I'm glad that he's a wrecking ball. And I do feel overwhelmingly that Trump is on my side. He's on my vision of America, right? He aligns overwhelmingly with my hero system. And so I'm glad that Trump is a wrecking ball. So tell me if you think that any of these jokes are good. I developed them with AI. AI says I lack self-awareness. Joke's on them. I talk about myself nonstop, right? That's awareness. It's just weaponized. Apparently, I lack self-awareness, which is shocking because I live stream my every emotional breakdown in 1080p quality. I asked 3 different forms of AI to critique my content. They all formed a support group. After watching my videos, AI said, I'm like a man trying to hug God while live tweeting God's restraining order. One AI said I speak in metaphors. Another said I speak in red flags. So I love the concept, the Hebrew concept of Ruchnius and Gashmius. So Ruchnius is the world of the spirit and Gashmius is the world of the body. So Grok called me a Ruchnius junkie with Gashmius cravings. I told it, that's called being modern orthodox. Respect the brand. Gemini said, I weaponize vulnerability for engagement. I said, subscribe for more trauma. Chat GPT said, I confuse intimacy with intensity. I said, I love you, don't leave me. I watched videos of the LA riots, and I concluded that the riots must be overwhelmingly morons with low IQ. My AI pointed out that I, a man who once directed a porn film to research a book, might not be in the best position to judge other people's life choices. Touche, you magnificent algorithm. The Elon envy. I went on a rant about Elon Musk's juvenile and self-destructive emotional outbursts on social media. It was a classic case of projection. The main difference between us is that when he has a meltdown, stocks crash. When I have a meltdown, my 2 live viewers just change the channel. The hero system. I love hero systems. I have this whole theory, not mine. I saw it from someone else about hero system, how our biases shape our worldview. Right, it came from the book by Ernest Becker, The Denial of Death. My hero system is built on traditional values and national sovereignty. My hero system is built on pointing out that my traditional values hero system is mostly fueled by loneliness and a desperate need for validation and attention. I confidently declare that people are drawn to exciting beliefs like neo-Nazism because they are lonely and they have a deep hole in their soul, which is funny because that's the exact same reason I started a YouTube channel. I spent 40 hours prepping to debate a Cambridge philosopher, Nathan Coffness. I got no sleep beforehand. I was utterly humiliated. I then spent my next live stream trying to prove that I was smarter than Nathan Coffness to soothe my ego. My AI suggested a more efficient way to soothe my ego would be to not pick fights with Cambridge philosophers. I am great at spotting partisan hacks, intellectuals who just reinforce their audience's biases instead of seek truth. For instance, I am a partisan hack who reinforces his own biases, so the key is to be self-aware about it on a live stream nobody watches. DEI kills and nuance is for wimps. I saw a news report in the New York Times, right, about a helicopter crash involving a female pilot. I immediately concluded DEI kills, right? I dismissed the long, complicated, detailed New York Times report on multiple failures as a lie. My AI noted my tendency to make confident proclamations on areas I know nothing about. In my defense, having a simplistic, emotionally satisfying narrative is my version of a safe space. I argue that fringe beliefs are for people without real lives, without real convictions. I then talk about the profound sacrifices I have made for Orthodox Judaism. I criticize charismatic gurus for being grifters, then admit that I am drawn to charismatic personalities who are gurus. My lack of self-awareness isn't a bug, it's a feature. It's what makes this channel so exciting. I lament that my provocative online posts are a maladaptive, self-destructive compulsion driven by a need to fill a hole in my soul. I also get angry when people interrupt me, because how can I fill the hole in my soul if I can't finish my monologue? I told my audience I want to be a humble servant of the truth. I called myself dust and ashes. 5 minutes later, I was explaining why my analysis of global trade was superior to that of every mainstream economist on the planet. It's a very specific kind of dust, right? I'm made of a very confident dust. AI says that my live streams are 90% me confessing my sins and 10% geopolitics. AI says, look, you're not Edward R. Murrow, you're Edward R. TMI, right? Too much information. I did a live stream predicting Iran's collapse based on my spidey sense. Turns out it was just low blood sugar. I should have eaten a kale salad, not tweeted, regime change imminent. Grok says, self-awareness tip, stop mistaking hunger for prophecy.
Things are going to get wrecked because they need to be.
Why don't you say what I'm saying?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
For a lot of Americans, it just looks like change. Donald Trump is someone who campaigned on saying he would test American institutions. And it looks like Donald Trump is delivering on these promises to upend.
I love PBS Frontline documentaries, even though I don't agree with their hero system. I just think they're well done. The host's voice just feels good to me. It feels like the voice of God. Okay, I want to become more other-centered, and I'm going to become other-centered by reading the chat. I hope Luke goes into the Wall Street Journal Trump note to Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's entirely possible. It wouldn't shock me if Donald Trump did everything that Wall Street Journal article said, and I don't think it matters that much. No cottaging at the beach. It's sacrilegious. Press 1 if you love our Leviathan. Well, I think we need a Leviathan to protect us, because without a strong government, we would swallow each other alive. How does Grok know that you have 2 live viewers on average? It's a joke, and it's just funny as saying 2 rather than 9 or 11 or, God, I remember the days when I'd have 1,000. Woo! I remember asking my therapist, how can I bring the same energy and enthusiasm to my live streams when I have 18 viewers that I brought to my streams when I had 1,000, or when I'd go on that JF Garapi stream and there were over 3,000 people watching. And my therapist said words, but I wasn't able to internalize them. Grok flagged my video where I ranted about getting banned from 5 Shores. It said, Luke, you're not a martyr, you're just bad at kiddish etiquette. Look, I'd show up, I would daven, I would pray like a tzaddik, a righteous man, then I'd blog, Rabbi's sermon was lashon hara, evil speech, with extra gefilte fish. AI's like, self-awareness check, stop treating shuls like Yelp reviews. I'm trying, but my last video is still called The Cantor's Kippah, a cry for help. I think these AI jokes are okay to good. AI noticed that I mentioned Cindy Jackson, my 6th grade crush, in 3 videos. AI says, Luke, you're 59, let it go. In 1977, September, she dropped a note at my desk saying, will you go with me? Meaning, will you be my boyfriend? It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I've had sex with porn stars. I've appeared on ABC News, 60 Minutes, in Rolling Stone, right? But that note's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I had the strongest positive emotional reaction, the biggest thrill to that compared to anything else. Grok says, wait, I froze, I teased her, I got rejected, and I have this classic Cindy Jackson template. I want love, I feel unworthy, I torch my love. Grok says, self-awareness alert, you're still chasing her ghost in every video. I say, no, I'm just chasing Ruknius, the world of the spirit. But yeah, my last stream was me ranting about a Shabbat snub while sipping a mango smoothie, crying, Cindy, I'm sorry. My therapist says this is eroticized rage. I say to categorize is to judge, right? This is a safe space filled with love and radical inclusion. So some of these jokes are from AI, and then some I am editing. AI flagged 4 videos where I casually mentioned my San Fernando Valley blogging days. It's like, Luke, you're not reminiscing. You're trauma dumping. No, I'm not. I'm trauma bonding. I'm like, Israel's bombing Iran. And speaking of bombshells, I once interviewed a starlet named Kimberly Cummings. Grok says my recovery talk lacks self-awareness because I'm still chasing narcissistic supply. My therapist says I'm a hungry infant seeking attention. Same reason I got kicked out of Shores and my dad got booted from Seventh-day Adventism. I used to live stream for validation. Now I'm just 12-stepping for my sanity. Last video I said I'm sober from porn, but my ego is still wanking. Grok says progress, but maybe you should not call your sponsor Captain on the air. Right, I'm learning. Less blogging, more folding chairs and sweeping floors at Shore. AI is right. I'm a work in progress. Tshuva, repentance, means returning to God, not to YouTube likes. So I'm rewriting my Cindy Jackson template, 1 mitzvah at a time, 1 smoothie at a time. Maybe one day Cindy's ghost will say yes. Whew. It really took until 11th grade that I was comfortable holding, touching, and kissing a girl. Right? Before then, I was just too scared, too frightened, and too filled with self-loathing. So that, I think January 2nd makeout with a girl I just met and just being able to engage in recreational kissing, I think that was a major step forward in my life. Now, I recognize all the dangers in recreational kissing, but for me, it was a step forward, guys.
Washington, to drain the swamp, to do it completely differently.
It was as if he was sending thunderbolts out to the country.
And here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
All I have to do is...
And Kip says that if AI was truly my friend, it would respond to my 4-hour, 59-minute, 59-second live streams with TLDR, too long, didn't read, is brevity not coded into your DNA 40. Look, I may not be good, but at least I'm long.
Put my Sharpie on the page and I can make law a reality. And he did one after the next, after the next.
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring.
There were so many things happening at once that it was very hard to focus on any single one thing.
Address the cost of living crisis.
All right, let's have a look at more of Kip's comments. He says the mainstream cable news media has ruined its brand. Well, the business model has changed. The situation has changed. So now people tend to pay money for subscriptions, not for news, but to promote a particular hero system, a particular worldview. And those advertising-based models rely, as well as the subscription models, on telling people what they want to hear. And so Fox tells its viewers what they want to hear. CNN and MSNBC, by and large, tell their viewers what they want to hear. So CNN and MSNBC has not ruined their brand with their left-wing viewers. They've ruined their brand with people who are in the center and on the right. Once the baby boomers become compost, the cable news networks will have an influence that is reduced to nil. I don't believe so, particularly when there's breaking news. Then TV news is often excellent. So I think cable TV news will adapt, and it has some very smart people working for it, and they'll find ways to do things that are still of service to an audience. Kip says, my last 2 customer service calls into corporate America were answered by AI. Then I was shuffled off to an English-speaking agent whose wages are dirt cheap. This week's call to T-Mobile was handled by a lady in Durban, South Africa. What does 40 think about BRICS nations on corporate America's payroll? Because American voices are too expensive to hire. I expect corporations to follow their self-interest, and if it's in their self-interest to hire these agents from overseas and from BRICS nations, then they will do that. I think the most important part of this story is in our legal system and our tax system to incentivize our corporations to hire Americans and to conform to what's in America's best interest. And the most dramatic example of a corporation perhaps acting in its own interests and against America's interest is Apple. Right? Apple has effectively trained more than 25 million Chinese into its system. Without Apple, right, China would not be as dominant and technologically sophisticated as it is. And I think that's distinctly against America's best interests. So I recognize that Apple's deep involvement in China, involvement, such a vague word. I'm not proud of myself for using it as much as I have on this stream. So Apple spends about $50 billion a year in China, and I think that's against America's interests. I recognize that it is in China's interests. I want the American legal and tax system aligned so that corporations such as Apple are incentivized to act in America's interest and not against America's interests. So the degree to which Apple spends and builds in China, I think, is distinctly against American interests. I don't like it. Is it true that YouTube pays partners around the world 1 cent per view? It varies so much. And so live streams on politics and current events pay the least. Also, I don't like having advertising on my streams, and so I am not exactly wringing every penny that I can get from my live streams. I love getting money from doing this, but it's not at the top of my agenda. So please rate the quality of those AI jokes.
Crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. Ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
That was what Steve Bannon used to call the flood the zone approach to politics. Just drown them in it.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
That's President Trump. I mean, he's all about action. You know, all gas, no brake. I want to hit it and just overwhelm the system with action, action, action. That's what we call it, Days of Thunder.
President Trump ran on very specific campaign promises.
Stopping the federal funding of PBS and NPR, I'm not opposed, right? I've spent hundreds of hours of my life watching PBS, listening to NPR. I recognize those institutions have moved steadily to the left. So, yeah, I think probably a good idea. I like these rescission packages. I like that we are pulling back funding for institutions with hero systems that work against my more traditional American hero system.
He's going to reform our government to make our governments work for real Americans instead of the other way around.
There's Mike Davis and these Steve Bannon quotes and Megyn Kelly commentaries, I think, are very powerful analyses.
He's going to secure our border. He's going to get illegal immigrants, including dangerous terrorists, the hell out of our country. And President Trump is doing the
I have so many things that I want to tell you, and I apologize that I'm jumping around. But just scrolling through my blog posts in basically chronological order, I think is going to be the best way to satisfy my own need to just offload these insights. So there's a characteristic in myself that I don't like, that I recognize in other people. That is contempt before investigation. So here are common examples of contempt before investigation that I notice, and then some of these came from ChatGPT. So dismissing AI is just hype, right? Dismissing AI as a passing fad or a gimmick, right? I think is contempt without investigation. It is denial of how AI is already reshaping industries, relationships, and cognition. The idea that therapy is for weak people, men particularly hold to this, that there's no need to go over your past. I think the Pet Shop Boys are more profound here. The past is never past, right? It's still with us. So writing off psychological work as self-indulgent or unnecessary without understanding how the past, our trauma, our patterns, right, experiences that we have not processed still shape us. I think just denying that is usually not accurate and not good. Sometimes it helps to just concentrate on the present, but there is also a time and a place to investigate the past. Dismissing things as just conspiracy theories, right, without looking at evidence. He's just a criminal, condemning someone based on a label or on some of their past behavior without considering context is contemptible. Philosophy is useless, or dismissing entire disciplines, right, I think is unimpressive. Spirituality is nonsense. Young people are lazy. That art is garbage. This country is backward. She only got a job because of diversity quotas, right? So these lazy forms of contempt before investigation is in part a recognizable and understandable desire to economize on our cognitive resources. The world is so big and bewildering, and our need to hold on to our hero system is so immense that this is overwhelming to just have contempt for much of the world, so that we reduce the amount of the world that we have to think about. And also, it can come from an internal weakness where we have to protect ourselves from any challenge, discomfort, ambiguity. I remember when Barack Obama was running for president, then was elected president, and Dennis Prager often criticized him for wanting to fundamentally transform America. And Prager's rejoinder is, America is great. It does not need transforming. And I thought, yeah, that's a good point. Well, Barack Obama did not fundamentally transform America. It shifted it in some ways. And in his second term, he became much more radical, pushing Black Lives Matter, which probably responsible for a reduction in law enforcement that has led to a dramatic uptick in murder and in bad driving, which has probably resulted in approximately 10,000 additional deaths if we hadn't incentivized law enforcement to back off. So I blame Barack Obama and our elites for pushing the radical agenda of Black Lives Matter. Now, I think Donald Trump is the most transformative American president since Lyndon Baines Johnson or Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And my favorite commentator on the Wallach law blog at Reason Magazine is a conservative constitutional law professor, Josh Blackman. And he noted there was a big article in the New York Times this past week called "From Science to Diversity, Trump Hits the Reverse Button on Decades of Change." And I was listening to this commentator on charisma because I want to be more charismatic. I want to be more successful. I want to have more viewers. And this commentator on charisma said that one way that you show authority is that you end your sentences with a downward cadence like that. But there are other people. Who's the speech teacher? I think his last name is Love. Uses Love, but he says you do a much better job of holding people's attention if you use a rising cadence, right? Because when you conclude a sentence going down like this, people tend to think you are finished with what you're saying, and they start to tune out and they start to interrupt you. But if instead you end your sentences on a rising intonation, then you keep people's attention. So here was this charisma coach and the author of the charisma myth, right, saying that authority is an essential part of charisma, and to have more authority, you need to end your sentences with a downward intonation, and they were wrong. Also, the author, I bought this book on Audible because I want to be more charismatic, the charisma myth, and she also talked about essentially the importance of power poses and how expanding yourself in your pose that leads to an increase in testosterone. And this has all been debunked, right? It was very trendy back circa 2010, but it's now all been debunked. And so part of her work is quite shallow. Now, here's Josh Blackman's blog post on Volek. He says, if you read between the lines, you can see some admiration. Trump is doing what was once thought impossible. And that's true, right? There's a tremendous amount of contempt and opposition to Donald Trump in the news media. But if you read between the lines, you can see an admiration that was not there in the first term. So here's just a short excerpt. Trump's shift into reverse gear reflects the broader sentiments of Americans eager for a change in course. So think about your attention level if I end that sentence going up in my intonation, as opposed to if I end that sentence going down. Eager for a change in course. Don't you start to lose attention when I end the sentence going down? So the United States has Roger Love. Roger Love is the speech therapist, the speech teacher who says that you will tend to maintain people's attention much better if you end your sentences with a rising intonation. The United States has cycled from progressive to conservative eras throughout its history. Yeah, we've often elected Republicans, but the left has been winning the culture wars. Trump has supercharged the current swing. He's gone further than noted conservatives like Bill Buckley, Ronald Reagan, Barry Goldwater, or Robert Taft might have imagined possible. While they despise many of the New Deal and Great Society programs that liberal presidents introduced over the years and sought to limit them, they recognize the futility of unraveling them altogether. See, I'm going up in intonation and it's holding your attention. You're saying, 40, how come you're so charismatic? You have such amazing presence. You have authority. And I just need to feel more warmth that you truly care about me. I've forgotten the tricks that this charisma myth book told about projecting warmth. They were living in an era dominated by liberals. That's Sam Tannenhouse, the author of the new William F. Buckley biography. The best they could hope for was to arrest, stop liberal progress, but what they dreamed of was a counter-revolution that would restore the country to an earlier time. Trump has outdone them all because he understands liberalism is in retreat. He has pushed beyond Buckley's stop, and instead he promises a full throttle reversal. Right? So every elected president the last 40 years promised to move the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, which is the capital of Israel, so it only makes sense that the American embassy would be there. Only Donald Trump actually did it. Many conservatives like Ronald Reagan campaigned to abolish the Department of Education. It was Donald Trump who effectively did it. And he did it by ignoring Congress and unilaterally shutting the department. So this is Josh Blackman. He says, one of Donald Trump's greatest strengths is his ability to not care what elites think. Usually when the elites call a conservative a racist or a sexist or a homophobe, the conservative wilts. When they accuse a conservative of trying to hurt poor people or to push grandma off a cliff or to roll back progress, he caves. When they charge a conservative with standing on the wrong side of history, they switch sides. Not Trump. He is almost single-handedly shifting the Overton window on what topics are open for discussion. Trump is inspiring other conservatives to discount what elites think. That's powerful. right? Trump is accomplishing all sorts of things that would have been unimaginable a decade ago.
Unthinkable in Washington, D.C. And he's actually delivering on his campaign promises to the American people, and he's doing it very fast.
I love the music. I love how they put together these PBS Frontline documentaries. Well, I've lost the crowd on YouTube. So I took a how to create a one-man play course every week for about 4 months. And the teacher says that if you notice at a certain point in your play that you've lost the audience, you have to go back to 5 minutes, 10 minutes before you lost the audience and try to figure out what exactly you were doing then. So I've lost the audience on YouTube. Luckily, I've still got my friend Kip. Yes, Kip, I saw the same story and I thought it was weak and pathetic. Construction of the new Tennessee Titans Stadium was halted. Also, one thing you didn't point out, which when a noose was discovered, an investigation was launched, a $250,000 reward was issued. This pearl clutching going on boggles my mind, right? I think that the people who made this decision to offer a $250,000 reward and to halt construction of this new stadium over what is most likely another hate hoax, I think they deserve a pearl necklace. But I have contempt for their weakness. We have all these hate hoaxes. And the term hate hoax is not in mainstream news media, right? They provide all these breathless news stories about hate hoaxes that upon investigation almost always turn out to be hate hoaxes, but they never use the term hate hoax, just like they will often talk about anti-Semitism, but they will never talk about anti-Gentilism, right? And Jews aren't bad people because some Jews have some negative feelings about Gentiles. And guess what? Gentiles aren't automatically bad people because they sometimes or often they have some negative feelings about Jews. Different groups often have different gifts, different grifts, different interests. And when many different groups are living in the same area, right, the proximity and the diversity sometimes leads to conflict and some negative feelings about each other. And if the intensity of the difference in interests is high enough, right, the proximity and differing interests will lead to conflict and, my God, tragedy. And you can call it bigotry, and you can call it racist, and you can call it homophobic, and you can call it anti-Semitic, and you can label this conflict with every righteous judgmental term that you can think of, but it does not fundamentally change the reality that different peoples experience the world differently, have different hero systems, have different interests, and that the more different groups are from each other, right, the more likely they are to have negative feelings about each other. So I asked ChatGPT, is this right? Is there more news media coverage that between the lines is fairly admiring? And ChatGPT says, of course, right? AI always tells you that you're right. So you see Trump portrayed as a constitutional disruptor by the mainstream media versus a restorer by his supporters. So the New York Times and Peter Baker framed Donald Trump as reversing a century of liberal progress, creating more and more human freedom and dignity. With regard to science, diversity, globalism, civil rights, and bureaucratic institutions, right? He is trying to repeal the 20th century. And conservatives and his supporters see this as a realization of a long-sought conservative counter-revolution. He isn't reversing historical progress arbitrarily. He is consciously rejecting the post-1960s constitutional regime, which Christopher Caldwell accurately calls a de facto new constitution born of the Civil Rights Act and its regulatory offshoots. So I think both Charlie Kirk and Matthew Continetti will say that Christopher Caldwell's 2016 book, 2018 book, The Age of Entitlement, is the most important book to read right now for the current Donald Trump era. So from the perspective of Trump supporters, right, Trump is not attacking the Constitution. He's restoring the Constitution. Right? The New York Times and liberals tend to assume a continuous constitutional tradition pushing towards ever more freedom and human dignity. And Trump supporters will say, we had a replacement of our traditional American Constitution with a new civil rights HR bureaucratic constitution that has reduced human freedom for many Americans and created much more conflict and diminished trust between Americans, and it's done much more harm than good. So the New York Times interprets what Donald Trump's doing as regression. His supporters see it as restoration. Right? We see it as constitutional fidelity rather than as an attack on the Constitution. When I talk to my liberal friends, they say, in effect, do you support Donald Trump attacking the Constitution or violating the 14th Amendment? I have noticed many of my liberal friends backing away from me, in part because they just hate Donald Trump so much now because he's so effective in the second term that they have less and less room in their heart and in their life as someone who supports Trump. So the New York Times says the rule of law is an unassailable, neutral safeguard against tyranny, and Donald Trump's defiance of courts, his dismantling of our precious institutions, and his disregard for due process are existential threats to our democracy. And the intellectuals I admire on the right, such as Helen Andrews and Darrell Lee Paul and Carl Schmitt, argue that the rule of law is never neutral, right? It will always be used by certain people for the advancement of their interests and to suppress the interests of those opposed to their interests. Right? Sovereignty, by definition, includes the ability to suspend law and procedure in a crisis. And every American president tries to take advantage of crises to advance his agenda. Every human being tries to shape the environment around them to make it more adaptive to their own interests. In biology, you call this niche construction. So Trump's actions, such as trying to suspend birthright citizenship and by shuttering government agencies working against the traditional conception of what America should be all about, these are not anti-constitutional, right? These are not anti-democratic. They are democratic. They express the sovereign reclaiming control on behalf of the majority. So the New York Times sees objective law as binding. And critics on the right of the liberal worldview see law as often downstream from power, and Trump isn't acting in a criminal way. He is acting in a corrective way that has the approval of the people who elected him. So the New York Times sees Donald Trump's cultural interventions on DEI, immigration, transgender policy, and on language. Right? Trump wants a Secretary of War instead of Secretary of Defense. He wants the Washington Redskins rather than the Washington Commanders. So the liberal elite see this as irrational nostalgia fueled by grievance. This is the product of a reactionary mind clinging to a mythic past. And people like Ronnie Goodman, Christopher Caldwell, Helen Andrews will say this is not a backlash. This is an insurgency against a cultural colonization by the progressive elite. So Ronnie Goodman and others would frame the 1960s, post-1960s liberal order as the new clerisy, the new clergy, where journalists, bureaucrats, academics exercise their soft power dominance, and Trump is a heretic. Helen Andrews would say that the Trumpian revolt is not about bigotry, it's about territory, right? It's about reasserting control over reality, meaning, and identity, and what norms should dominate. So the New York Times would like to reduce the Trump movement to sentimentality and bigotry, and thinkers like Ronnie Goodman and Helen Andrews would argue that the real issue here is cultural displacement. That's what Trump supporters have felt over the past 50 years, and we have a desire for reclamation of traditional America. So from the perspective of liberal elites, we have authoritarian drift, right? We have gutting of expertise. We have anti-democratic overreach. And people like Christopher Caldwell and Carl Schmitt would argue that many of these bureaucratic agencies have become instruments of dominantly left-wing elite power rather than expressions of democracy. They have arisen from a bureaucratic left-wing revolution that has replaced political negotiation with a moralized administration under the guise of expertise and objectivity. And Carl Schmitt would likely say that Trump's actions are a reassertion of politics over technocracy. So do you want to be led by the people's elected representatives, or do you want to be led by unelected experts?
What he's saying in that day is, I'm going to be a man of action. That's a phrase he likes, a man of action. And he's going to do it with the stroke of a pen. We saw a president using his power from the very first moment in very expansive ways to put his fingerprints on all sorts of areas of the government and society. He signed more executive orders on day one than any of his predecessors ever did in their early days. And they stretched the power and the authority of the presidency beyond what any previous president had done.
President Trump leaving the White House for the last time as president.
Just how quickly and how fast things fell apart from this president.
He is leaving the White House with much fewer people standing by his side in the wake of the January 6th riot.
After January 6th and what happened on the Capitol that day, it was universally terrible. There wasn't even the most ardent Trump fan defending it. He had been entirely ruled out.
He leaves office in disgrace, the only ever president to be impeached twice.
Trump leaves Washington seemingly for 4 years of exile, maybe a lifetime of exile. Just utter bottom.
After President Trump left in January 2021, your audience should understand that President Trump and the core team around him, we were deplatformed by big tech. We were debanked.
That's largely true, and the right was very effective at building its own tech platforms. I was afraid that the days of open discussion on live streams was over. That's how I was feeling in 2019, 2020. And then we have the rise of Odyssey, you have the rise of Rumble, and we have then Elon Musk taking over Twitter, which is incredibly consequential. And then to compete with the increased level of free speech on these alternative platforms, YouTube and Facebook reacted by diminishing their censorship and diminishing the power of their moderators. Kip says, not only are America's institutions morally bankrupt and broken beyond repair, the citizenry has become disenchanted because they've imbibed too much social justice critical theories. Total overhaul coming soon, 40. So compared to which country, right? Compared to your ideal of how our institutions should work, that commentary makes sense. But compared to reality, I can't think our institutions have to be judged against the institutions of other countries. And I don't know which other countries you would say, oh, their institutions are just so superior. I would say American institutions are flawed, and that anything that human beings put together will be flawed. But I can't think of many countries with institutions that are just so much dramatically superior. And Cooch has entered the chat, right? I just switched my YouTube browser from Top Chat, where it only shows me the best of the YouTube comments, to Live Chat, because I was thinking there must be all these dark, edgy, subversive comments in the Live Chat option that I am unable to see with the Top Chat option. And so I switched, and unfortunately, I had been missing anything. I've lost the people, right? I wanted to say that I'm a member of the elite who's grown out of touch with his audience, but I'm not a member of the elite, and I've grown out of touch with my YouTube audience. I have not been meeting their needs. The conversation on YouTube died 30 minutes ago. The strong emotional connection that we had back in those early days. Remember the exciting first 38 minutes of this live stream when we were all in it together, when the chat was flowing like a mighty river, where righteousness was just pouring through the YouTube comments like a good Torah commentary. Those were exciting times. And then I took a wrong turn, and I distanced myself from the audience due to a lack of honesty, a lack of self-awareness. I just went off and I followed my own lustful impulses. I followed my own selfish and self-aggrandizing drives. I lost my people. Will I find them again? All right, here is another critique. So the New York Times treats institutional inertia as democratic legitimacy, right? And I say maybe we can look at institutional inertia as managerial rule hiding behind procedure. So Trump's unilateralism is a challenge to the legitimacy of our self-appointed betters, our self-appointed technocratic elite. It's not a challenge to democracy. It is a manifestation of the democratic will of the people. So what we have here is popular sovereignty versus procedural legitimacy. And sometimes procedural legitimacy is more important than popular sovereignty. I wish I could just talk to you directly on this live stream like a true professional. But I get tired when I just look in my live cam. I feel myself tightening up, my mind constricting, my grand theories about reality just like fleeing from me when I deeply engage and just focus on my cam. If you focus on anything, you'll notice yourself tightening and constricting. Now I'm freeing up, and I'm seeing both sides of the room simultaneously. I have now switched to a mode of soft eyes where I'm seeing everything in front of me. I have moved from a state of judgment. I have moved from self-righteous pronunciations on reality to just accepting and embracing reality. And the soft eyes, just noticing everything in front of me, moving into a state of awareness rather than a state of judgment. And my back frees up, and my neck frees up, and my shoulders free up, and my breath frees up, just hanging out here in a state of awareness. And if you were to see me go up and down, right, it would be much more graceful. So see if you can detect the difference. All right, so I'm now in a state of awareness. When I bend my knees and go up and down, there is much less distortion. Okay, now I've moved back to a state of focus on the cam. And when I do that, I notice my neck and my back and my shoulders and my breath tightening up. And now there's more of a distorting effect in my musculature when I go up and down. So the New York Times and our elite, they love norms, they love process, they love courts, they love institutions, they love the consensus among elites, they love bureaucratic power. They see this as the heart of democracy, right? And so for many of us on the right, we would say democracy is not just process, it's about the will of the people. And Donald Trump's actions, right, derive their legitimacy from his electoral victory. They don't come from elite approval, from bureaucratic approval, right? It is the sovereign who decides when we're in a state of exception. Donald Trump decides what the crisis is, and if the institutions and the people follow him, then he is showing himself to be the sovereign.
Steve Bannon was Trump's 2016 campaign CEO, his White House chief strategist. He was charged with fraud and went to prison rather than testify about Trump's role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
In those years of 21 and 22, when the entire world was against President Trump and his team, it looked like the odds were so incredibly long.
It was a very low...
I feel like Jeb Bush campaigning in 2016 and saying to his audience, please clap.
Only time around Mar-a-Lago, President Trump was essentially a dead political body left on the side of the road.
In isolation at his Florida estate, more trouble for the former president.
The FBI raided the former president's Florida home, Mar-a-Lago, unannounced, breaking into the home.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump once again found himself the target of an investigation.
And Kip is still engaged with the live stream. I am like Moses without his flock. Not sure that you are exclusively to blame, 40. Trump has lost the people. The thrill is gone. They thought he was going to be different. They thought he was going to take a blowtorch to the status quo. But his Jeffrey Epstein narrative has taken the wind from their sails. He was our chance to avoid revolution. Now people are resharpening their knives. I don't share that perspective, but I recognize that you are speaking for millions of people, as Mark Halperin often notes on his show. So I think if you're right wing, you should have an attitude of gratitude for all the great things that Donald Trump is doing. And I think an attitude of gratitude is an excellent way to go through life, that you will see reality more clearly and you will make better decisions with an attitude of gratitude. And if you are overall leading your life in a way that you respect, you can handle a stiff and large amount. God, I don't like how that sounds. But you can handle a stiff and large amount of accurate criticism because you respect yourself, and so it's easier to receive and to recognize the truth in criticism. And so if you're in a good direction, if you're in reality, if you're embracing gratitude, and you are accurately recognizing your own fallibility, right, that's a very good place to make decisions. I remember I would confide to my therapist about how I was misreading social interactions and I was saying things that were inappropriate. And my top-down conscious attempts to restrain inappropriate speech publicly and at work and at shul did not work overall. What did work was building a life where I had more self-respect, where I was able to respect my own decisions, and then that naturally led to a better sense of boundaries and a better sense of propriety and more of a recognition of the humanity of other people. So earlier in my life, I was often flooded with empathy for others, and the empathy was so intense that it was disabling. And so I overreacted against that by just charging through life with my empathy for others turned way down because I was scared of getting flooded by empathy. But leading life as a selfish SOB, that was not a winning strategy either. And so when I would confide my loneliness and my pain and my frustration and my despair to my therapist, she would say, this softer side of you is a much more adaptive place from which to move through your most important social interactions.
A cascade of other legal problems, multiple civil trials.
Trump was found liable for sexually abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll.
Business fraud.
Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in the Stormy Daniels hush money case.
A federal grand jury here has indicted former President Donald Trump on 4 counts.
Indictment after indictment.
Charged with leading a criminal organization that worked to overturn.
So one of the best insights that I got from an analysis of journalism is that the news is primarily the pronouncements of bureaucracies and bureaucrats, right? That's what the news relies on because that is a business model where you're not going to get sued, right? If you report on what the Federal Reserve has released, you're not going to get sued for that. If you report what the Speaker of the House said, right, you're not going to get sued for that. If you report on what IBM has announced, right, you're not going to get sued for that. So the news primarily relies on the proclamations of bureaucrats and bureaucracies. Now, the news, therefore, is not co-equal with reality, right? The news is a business genre for making money, purporting to keep people up to date with reality. But a large number of people lead perfectly good lives ignoring the news. I love the news. Right, starting in about 8th grade, I wanted to be a journalist, and I devote a lot of time to analyzing the news because I love it. But the news largely revolves around bureaucrats and bureaucracies. And our elite. They love bureaucracies. They love elite rule. They love expertise. They love procedures. And for those of us on the right, we'll say that elite rule, bureaucratic rule, is not necessarily democracy, right? Democracy is not just about procedures. It's primarily about the will of the people. And Trump's actions derive from his legitimacy of an electoral victory. They don't come from elite approval, right? The New York Times treats democracy as a series of rules and procedures. People like Carl Schmitt and Darrell Paul will say democracy comes from decision. When rules and procedures suppress the will of the people, they become oligarchic. They become anti-democratic. So this New York Times article by Peter Baier, who I generally respect, and I bought several of his books on Audible. This article is clearly critical of Trump. It does contain a tone shift from the outright alarm to something closer to a reluctant respect. Right, this is different from the coverage in the first Trump term, where Trump was described as chaotic, incompetent, and unserious. So there's now a widespread acknowledgement in the elite media that Donald Trump is strategic, that he is effective, and the news media tone still disapproves, but the underlying vibe has shifted from Donald Trump is wrecking the system to Donald Trump is winning. And I see a similar vibe in news coverage of Israel's smashing military successes of the past year, right? There's plenty of critique, and there's also plenty of respect for Israel's military and economic momentum over the past year, right? The Financial Times is highlighting Israel's stock market soaring, and a stock market soaring is not co-equal with reality that the future of the economy is great, but I don't know many better signs than a soaring stock market for the future of a particular economy. We now see that Israel has effectively dismantled Iran's proxy networks. You have to say right now that Netanyahu's strategy has been largely vindicated as of now. And here's another great post from Josh Blackman, constitutional law professor at the Volokh blog, Eugene Volokh. Eugene is so smart, all right? He has an IQ 160 plus, and he also has excellent manners. That's what stands out to me from my interactions. And I was blessed to have dinner at his home because he was invited to have dinner. He invited my friend Kathy Sipe, and Kathy Sipe brought me along. So I've often been adopted by people. And I think, oh, now my life is taking off because Kathy Sipe took me to all these great places, these great dinners, introduced me to great, powerful people, including Arianna Huffington, and took me to dinner at Eugene Volokh's house, etc. And people, these powerful, influential people, they put up with my presence because I had Kathy Sipe's imprimatur. And I thought they were showing me respect, but they saw Kathy Sipe as having a tendency to adopt stray dogs. And so when these more socially adept people have adopted me over the course of my life, right, their peers see them as engaging in the adoption of a stray dog. And they still feel me giving off that stray dog vibe, even at age 59, which is incredibly painful. So we went to dinner at his home, and Eugene Volokh had young kids, so this was like circa 2006, and I needed to use the bathroom, but I couldn't figure out like the kiddie setup on the toilet, and so I was trying to open the lid, and I broke the whole apparatus because I was like desperate to use the toilet, and I wasn't willing to go back out and ask for help, and so I broke his damn toilet, and I've never been invited back. But I was only ever there because, Kathy Sipe brought me along. Okay, we all remember where we were, June 26, 2015. That was the Oberfell ruling. It was unusual for the Supreme Court to hand down opinions on a Friday, but why would they hand down this momentous opinion on a Friday? Because Gay Pride Weekend began the next day. And so one of Justice Kennedy's clerks pointed out to his boss that handing down Oberfell on June 26 would turn that day into Justice Anthony Kennedy Day for the LGBTQ community. So it came to pass. And I agree with Josh Blackman here. It's difficult to think of any decision that has had a more harmful effect on democracy than Oberfell. Right? The people in some states voted that marriage was an institution that only occurred between one man and one woman. On the other hand, there was momentum for other states and probably some elections where gay marriage became the rule of law in certain states. And Josh Blackman says, what still bugs me about this decision is that public opinion was trending rapidly in favor of a right to same-sex marriage, but it got all decided by fiat from the Supreme Court justices. And Chief Justice John Roberts, right, this is one of his greatest dissents, says Josh Blackman, and I agree. Right, 5 lawyers have closed the public debate. Right, they have enacted their own vision of marriage as a matter of constitutional law. They have stolen this issue from the will of the people, and this will cast a cloud over same-sex marriage. It makes dramatic social change that much more difficult to accept. And so now, June 26, 2025, Justice Kennedy made these insufferable remarks. Many in the rest of the world look to the United States to see what democracy is, see what democracy ought to be. If they see a hostile, fractious discourse, if they see a discourse that uses identity politics rather than to talk about issues, democracy, guys, is at risk. Our freedom is at risk. So Justice Kennedy likely sees President Trump as a threat to democracy. What Justice Kennedy is not likely to do is look at how his own decisions have subverted democracy, without even the faintest patina of law. Right? What is the most important freedom? It's the right of self-governance. And Justice Antonin Scalia nailed it in his dissent to the Oberfell ruling. Right? Those who founded our country would not recognize the majority's conception of the judicial role. They risked their lives, they risked their fortunes for the precious right to govern themselves. They would never have imagined yielding that right on a question of fundamental social policy to unaccountable and unelected judges. Damn right.
The results.
The most serious charges? That he'd worked to overturn the 2020 election, culminating with a mob of his supporters attacking the Capitol on January 6th, while Congress was trying to certify the results.
An indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters.
I have gotten to spend hours of my life around brilliant people, right? People with IQs north of 160 who also had excellent manners, who often showed an incredible level of empathy for others far less brilliant than they are. And I want to admit that the chance to interact with these brilliant people, these chances are among the most precious moments of my life, right? They're almost up there with Cindy Jackson in 7th grade asking me to be her boyfriend. They're not quite there, but they're almost there. And it's not because I want to have sex with these brilliant men, right? It's the social intercourse, right? Not everything has to be about the sexual intercourse, guys. There's scientific intercourse. There's philosophical intercourse. There's intellectual discourse, right? It's the social intercourse that I value. It's not always more important to have the sexual intercourse. And that's the thing that bugs me about all the attention given to Jeffrey Epstein and the people who hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, right? I would hang out with Jeffrey Epstein for the social intercourse, for the scientific intercourse, for the tax tips. It wasn't to get the sexual intercourse, God forbid, right? And I need you to understand that when I went to Lolita Island, it wasn't called Lolita Island on the map. Right? It had a much more conventional name. And when I was flying on the Lolita Express, right? It wasn't called the Lolita Express. It just had some conventional name. And the Dalai Lama was hanging out with Jeffrey. Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel. Like if the Dalai Lama and Ehud Barak and President Bill Clinton and a younger Donald Trump are hanging out with Jeffrey, right? How did I know that there are all these bad things going on behind the scenes? For me, it's about tax tips, right? I was just making so much money on my super chats, and I just wanted to reduce those tax obligations. I now recognize that Jeffrey was a bad man, and the more I learn about Jeffrey Epstein, the more I don't care for him. But he had a smile that would just light up a room, and he was just so intellectually alive. And the scientific intercourse with Jeffrey was just off the hook. It was about getting my intellectual rocks off. God forbid I didn't know there were these bad things going on.
And conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding. Since the attack on our Capitol, the Department of Justice has remained committed to ensuring accountability for those criminally responsible for what happened that day.
Special Counsel Jack Smith had prosecuted Democrats and Republicans, but Trump supporters saw this case as politically motivated.
What they were doing was so wrong and so destructive to the presidency that you can have a president throw his predecessor in prison for non-crimes. And that's how we destroy our country. That's how we become a third world Marxist hellhole.
Mike Davis is one of Trump's trusted advisors, known in Trump's circle as the Viceroy, a Washington insider, a former chief counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I was the only person, it seems, who would go on Fox News every day and defend President Trump.
We've seen that they have weaponized, they have politicized law enforcement repeatedly to get Trump.
I've done over 4,500 media hits supporting and defending President Trump.
This guy is really good. Now, I don't want to be as partisan as he is. I don't want to have a public profile just supporting Donald Trump, but I recognize how good he is. Damn. So I asked ChatGPT to apply the insights in this Josh Blackman blog post to this particular PBS Frontline documentary, right? And here are some of the insights. The myth that democracy is at risk, right? So we have a former Justice Anthony Kennedy who nullified ongoing public debate, and he now wants to pose as a defender of civil discourse. Right? This is chutzpah. You're using the language of democracy to justify elite imposition. And this critique aligns with that of one of my favorite intellectuals and one of my favorite books, right? Liberal Democracy 3.0 by Stephen Turner. Right? Bureaucratic rule, elite rule is exercised largely through technocratic fiat. It is cloaked in moral language, but democratic import is sidelined. So you have all these figures in this Frontline documentary casting Trump as a threat to democracy. And the threats to democracy come exclusively from Trump and from populism. And they seem completely unaware of the threats to democracy from judicial overreach, elite insolation, the rule of experts. So another way of looking at things is that you've got managerial moralism. You've got a society run by the equivalent of HR departments versus majoritarian consent. You'll often find in the elite media, such as the New York Times, bewailing majority rule as a threat to democracy. Right? Our founding fathers did not envision our courts dictating moral and social outcomes without legislation by our elected representatives. Right? We have this elite moral regime that has supplanted democracy with their professional managerial consensus, particularly on cultural questions. So Obergefell was not merely a legal decision. It was a paradigmatic assertion of this elite consensus over the dissent of the public. So this Frontline documentary invokes rule of law and our institutions, but does not reckon with how these institutions have insulated themselves from democratic accountability. Right? These defenders of the liberal order assume that the outcomes they prefer are democratic, even though they are often achieved through anti-democratic means. Right? Anthony Kennedy's warning about the dangers of identity politics is particularly rich, given the symbolic timing of Obergefell just before Gay Pride weekend. Right? This was not incidental. Right? What the liberal elite have done is to weaponize certain types of identity, made certain identities sacred, and hence a sacred identity means the people with this identity, such as gay or black or trans, should be immune from any public criticism of their group. And other identities, such as white men, Christian identity, these are dangerous people filled with grievance. So what we have here deployed by the elite is a rhetorical game with regard to democracy. Right? We have elites deploying democracy to cover how their power and their elite rule will use this sacred moral language not to extend our freedom, but to enhance their own authority. It's a rhetorical sleight of hand that infuriates those who don't buy into it. We have all these elite actors speaking solemnly of norms of democracy while bypassing majority popular rule. The people in California voted to end many forms of social welfare spending given to illegal aliens, and then we had California Supreme Court ruling that the will of the people was unconstitutional. So we have elites invoking democracy not to describe rule of the people, but to defend a system of elite arbitration. And this Frontline documentary is not analyzing democracy in crisis. It is a ritual performance. We have elites narrating their own moral legitimacy and power, but obscuring their own role in diminishing the power of the people.
They have completely politicized the Justice Department. This Justice Department is rotten to the core.
A lot of what they're trying to do is recast the narrative of what happened to him during his impeachments, to recast the narrative of what happened on January 6th, to suggest it was a day of peaceful protest and not a violent attack on democracy. I think the public record and the investigations would show otherwise.
This is lawless, this is Democrat lawfare, this is election interference.
He has presidential immunity for his acts as the President of the United States.
Trump has come right up to the edge of saying, you don't get to tell me what the law says, I get to say what the law says. He believes, as he once said, that Article 2 of the Constitution.
There always has to be interpretation of law, right? There's law on the books, and there is law as it is interpreted and practiced, and they are not the same thing, right? There is always a decision. Kip despises Frontline. Kip, why not appreciate the good things that Frontline does and despise the bad things? Everybody's complicated, right? We're all sinners, right? Christians would say the ground is level at the foot of the cross. Kip has run a demographic check on Los Angeles County versus mine. LA County is 25% non-Hispanic white people versus 89% here. It's 48% Hispanic versus 2% here. It's 8% black people versus 4% here. You're so diverse, 40, and we're so vanilla. And it just cracks me up that so many of the people I speak to live in homogeneous areas, and they are lovers of diversity, while many other people I speak to prefer homogeneity and hate diversity, but they choose to live in very diverse areas like Los Angeles.
Means that he could do whatever he wants. He believes that if the president does it, it can't be illegal.
It was a familiar argument that a president was above the law. It went back more than 50 years to another president dogged by legal problems.
So what, in a sense, you're saying is that there are certain situations where the president can decide that it's in the best interest of the nation or something, and do something illegal.
Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
By definition.
Exactly.
If you think back to Richard Nixon's period, people called Richard Nixon an imperial president. He violated the laws, and his administration was corrupt.
Nixon was accused of weaponizing the FBI and IRS against his political enemies.
The country tonight is in the midst of what may be the most serious constitutional crisis in its history.
Of covering up the break-in at the Democratic Party's offices at the Watergate complex.
What did the president know, and when did he know it about the cover-up?
And refusing to comply with court orders to turn over Oval Office recordings.
President Nixon announced that he will neither appeal nor comply with a federal court order to turn over the Watergate tapes. The news has caused a storm in Washington, and some of Mr. Nixon's most loyal supporters are calling for his resignation.
When the Supreme Court weighed in, Nixon relented, turning over the tapes and resigning the presidency in disgrace.
The president now at the door. A final wave.
After Watergate, there was an effort to reform the presidency and to put some constraints on it. A lot of ethics laws were passed, independent agencies were safeguarded. The whole effort was to fight corruption, to fight tyranny, to make sure that a president didn't become a tyrant.
Congress tried to take some.
So I love the moderator's voice, the person who's narrating this documentary, and just sounds so authoritative. It feels like Daddy's home. I tuned into this doco. I was like, Daddy's home. Yay, Daddy. He has authority, right? It feels like God is speaking to me when I listen to this narrator. And he is using a dropping intonation at the end of his sentences. So maybe Roger Love, I wonder what Roger Love would have to say about that. On the other hand, there is a public intellectual who has a very dramatic and musical and soothing and pleasing cadence to the way he speaks. God forbid, despite the quality of the things that he says. I think Richard Spencer probably has the most soothing, pleasing cadence of any live streamer of which I'm aware. And I wonder what ratio he uses of rising intonation versus falling intonation. And so there are many authoritative voices on this documentary, and they tend to use a falling intonation at the end of their sentences. And so maybe the charisma teachers are right that this projects authority.
Some power back. One way to think of it is, Gulliver is the president. And then after Watergate, what Congress did is they tried to tie him down, just like the Lilliputians tried to tie down Gulliver. Inspector generals, special counsels, these efforts to reduce the president's ability to control the cabinet agencies. That was an effort to fragment the executive branch. I think that was the mistake, to try to solve the Nixon problem by making the executive branch less effective.
That was John Yoo, and the statistics professor at Columbia University, Andrew Goldman's got a great line. It's called the John Yoo line. All right, once you've crossed over the John Yoo line, you should forget about having credibility, just become a hack, because nothing you ever say will ever be taken seriously again. So I probably crossed the John Yoo line when I directed my movie, What Women Want. All right, some juicy stuff in the chat. Angus says sometimes to win, you have to break the system because the system is designed to keep you from winning. Now, I think before my conversion to Orthodox Judaism, before I joined the tribe, I might have had more sympathy for that point of view. But living in a tiny tribe within America, I have much more fear about breaking the system. I agree with the Mishnah that without a strong central government, men will swallow each other alive. But the system, when it's hurting us, right, needs to be rolled back. It needs to be modified in ways, right? I am frightened, I'll admit it, by breaking the system. Eugene Volokh is brilliant. I agree. I have had the privilege of social intercourse with brilliant people, including Eugene Volokh. It was absolutely intoxicating. Democracy means rule by the majority, not rule by the mob. Many people can't differentiate between the two. Well, I think democracy means many things. And even if we were to agree on democracy and its definition, we would then have to face the fact that democracy will only ever play a limited role in a society, because you can never have daily life run on democracy, right? Most parts of life will never be run on democracy because the world simply doesn't work that way, right? Most of life has to be run hierarchically, right? There has to be authority and decisions. So work is rarely a democracy. You are much closer to a slave 40 hours a week in a full-time job than you are to a participant in a democracy when you go to work. And I don't say that critically. It's just that is how the most efficient way of conducting a workplace tends to operate. Gay riots were pushed by the mob. No, I think they were pushed by an elite. Let's put a bookmark in it, right? That's how Richard Spencer concludes his show. Oh, I just started adding creatine into my smoothies. And Brandon recommends COQ10, resveratrol, NAC, and virgin olive oil. Not everything can be up for a vote every minute of the day. Someone has to draw the line and set the rules. Yeah, democracy is not a good template for daily life. I love having democracy on a regular basis where we get to vote for our elected representatives. But every society, even supposedly democratic societies, will be run largely along non-democratic means, right? Even the United States of America, right? Even if you see it as the shining city on the hill embodying democracy, it also will contain elements of socialism. It will contain elements of dictatorship, right? Every working democracy has elements of dictatorship. When a policeman arrests you, right, you don't have a lot of democratic freedoms right then. He has dictatorial power essentially over you. Right? Every society will have elements of oligarchy. Right? Every society will have all these different competing mixes, and they are constantly rising or falling in power. So sometimes a democracy will be more adapted to reality by becoming more democratic. Other times, a society will more effectively confront its challenges by becoming more dictatorial. Sometimes the power of the oligarchy will rise, and that will be adaptive, and sometimes the power of the oligarchy will rise and it will be maladaptive. One of the great insights I got from Stephen Turner is that populism means the will of the people as against the elites, and that the elites can only rule a fragmented society. And you have elite rule when the elites can pick off various sectors of society and make pragmatic alliances. So, for example, the left has dominated in this country for close to 100 years through a pragmatic top-bottom alliance, where we have the most educated and powerful in our country making a pragmatic alliance with the least productive members of our society to retain power. So a cohesive society, a united society, a society high in social trust, will not be an elite ruled society, right? Elite rule depends upon a fragmented society. And there are going to be some situations where a fragmented society run by elites is a more adaptive response to reality. And then there will be other situations where a populous, cohesive, united, homogeneous, authoritarian, hierarchical approach to reality will be more adaptive. So the reason that we have all these left-wing systems and all these different right-wing systems, and the reason that we have oligarchy in every working society, and we have parts of capitalism in every society and parts of socialism and parts of democracy, is that these are all various ways of organizing a society that have demonstrated an ability to allow people to reproduce. And so I am biased in a right-wing direction by, I presume, my genes and by my life experiences, but I recognize that there are many situations where a left-wing response, a socialist response, God forbid, a communist response might be more adaptive. And then there are other situations where a totalitarian, xenophobic police state might be more adaptive to a certain situation.
Law professor John Yoo has long been an advocate for strong presidential power and a controversial doctrine called the unitary executive theory.
It is the idea that the Constitution vests all of the executive power of the federal government in a single person, the president.
It was a fringe theory that had been rejected by the Supreme Court. And in those years after Nixon, president after president.
So I have occasionally had fantasies about dating beautiful young women, but I don't have the vigor and the energy that I used to have. So, I mean, would I be able to keep up with a 28 or a 38 or even a 48-year-old woman? My God, what if I do remember that was one of the easier, more congenial parts about dating a woman my own age, is that we had fairly similar levels of energy. And one of the more challenging parts of dating a much younger woman is that she had a lot more energy than I did. And she wanted to do more positions that I just physically wasn't capable of. God forbid.
Would find their power constrained.
The power of the presidency was probably at its weakest in the post-Watergate years. I don't think it really picked up steam until, the post 9/11 era. 9/11 obviously was a significant event.
This guy's called Ty Cobb. Isn't that hilarious? Ty Cobb, the great American baseball player. So Angus says, I agree with Taki that constitutional monarchy is the best form of government. Well, different peoples will be differently served by different forms of government. So the type of government that works best for, say, the Japanese is not going to be the same type of government that works best for, say, Jews or for Mexicans or for the English or the French or the Norwegians, right? Different people have different gifts, different grifts, different tendencies, and different people are going to be served differently by different forms of government. So I don't think there's any one form of government, even constitutional monarchy, that is going to be the best form of government for everyone. Also, not only are different people going to be differently served by different forms of government, different situations will provide incentives for differing forms of government. So when the situation changes, you want a different type of government, right? Immediately after Pearl Harbor, you wanted a different form of government. When COVID hit, you wanted a different form of government. So different people have different predispositions, and different circumstances provide incentives for different government institutions.
It required strong executive action.
The Twin Towers, the New York landmarks, have collapsed and are gone.
9/11. Thousands of Americans dead. A nation in crisis.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
A presidential administration wanting to respond.
So almost nobody has a coherent political philosophy. We are members of an elite, right? Many people who watch the show, right, they have a coherent political philosophy. Most people don't have thought through opinions, right? Most people just say that which they think is the most appropriate thing to say in a particular situation, and they don't really have any intellectual commitment above and beyond saying what is socially appropriate in a situation. Angus says, I find the people who pine the loudest for democracy, those who simply want to get their way by any means, and they don't really care about democracy in the first place. Yes. So when the right glorifies state rights, right, this is usually pragmatic. It is usually a particular way of framing things that works to the advantage of what people on the right want. Or when the left invokes more unitary federal power, right, this is usually in the promotion of their own goals. So people tend to use that language which they think is just pragmatically most effective in a particular situation, rather than on the basis of philosophical logic and honesty. Frontline is the epitome of liberal hyperbole, but it's so soothing. Don't you find that it just says to your soul, Daddy is home? I find America to be very childish these days. It's not a mature society. So which societies would you say are mature? America is so diverse. I can't imagine describing America as childish. it is growing more powerful vis-a-vis its competitors, the other superpowers such as China and Russia, and vis-a-vis other powerful countries such as Japan and Germany. So America, for all its flaws, is the most powerful economy and culture and military on earth. The left seems more willing to use big government to force their way on an unwilling public than the right are. I would say that the left is more successful and more adept. And Angus says, Singapore is a mature society. It is boring, but it is mature.
On forcefully, exercise its power without constraints.
We also have to work the sort of the dark side, if you will. We've got to spend time in the shadows and in the intelligence world. A lot of what needs to be done here will have to be done quietly, without any discussion, using sources and methods that are available to our intelligence agencies if we're going to be successful.
Alexander Hamilton had said, the definition of good government is an energetic executive. You want someone who can act with speed, decisiveness, energy. But you could see the presidency is trying to reassert itself, to break.
So I love it. I get intoxicated when I get an insight that I did not previously possess, and I now find that it explains more of life. And for years, I would listen to Dennis Prager's show religiously, and I would notice I would become less happy and more angry the more I listened to Dennis Prager, and that was not a good thing, but I didn't quite understand what was happening. And then I got an explanation from Milwaukee Magazine, August 24, 2009. To succeed, a talk show host must perpetuate the notion that his listeners are victims, and the host is the vehicle by which they can become empowered. So I've been watching videos on how to speak on YouTube, and they reiterate, you're not speaking to an audience, you're speaking to one person. The host frames virtually every issue in us versus them terms. There has to be a bad guy against whom the host will emphatically defend his loyal listeners. The enemy can be a politician. It can be the cold, cruel government bureaucracy. Conservative talk show hosts receive daily talking point emails from the Bush White House, the Republican National Committee, and GOP campaign operations. Now, does this critique hold up today? Yeah, largely does. There are some nuances. So talk radio and live streaming both depend on victimhood and tribal framing. But it's not just talk radio and live streaming that depend on victimhood and tribal framing. In-group identity depend upon victimhood and tribal framing. The more intense your sense of in-group identity, whether as a gay man, an evangelical Christian, an Orthodox Jew, a feminist, as a proud Mexican-American living in Texas, right? Whatever your primary identity is, it's going to be proportionally as strong as your source sense of victimhood, right? The more intense your sense of victimhood, the more intense your group identity. The more intense your group identity, the more intense your sense of victimhood. You cannot be an Orthodox Jew with a strong Orthodox Jewish identity without simultaneously having a strong sense of victimhood. You cannot be a strong, proud, loud gay man without simultaneously having a strong sense of victimhood. Right? This is how the world works. Right? Us versus them framing is how the world works, particularly for those with strong group identities. And portraying your group as a victim is just going to happen naturally when you have a strong group identity. And this narrative builds pre-trauma syndrome, which unites people, that there are all these threats on the horizon, right? That will bring people together and increase group cohesion, group sacrifice, group loyalty, and group identity, right? You are going to engage with your audience more intensely. And to be successful, you want to have a selective use of facts, and you want narrative control. And you have to entertain. Nuance and balance don't perform well in talk radio. Listener screening, you have to avoid strong critics, and you have to ridicule dissenters. And so hosts will prefer opponents they can easily dismantle. So Ben Shapiro destroys people, by and large, who are not formidable. Ben Shapiro doesn't engage with those who will make him look bad. And what's changed since 2009? We have the podcasting and live streaming disruption, and hosts no longer rely on radio airwaves, right? They now got social media. We've got many more alternative ecosystems on the right. We've got audience demographic shifting. So young conservatives are not tuning into AM radio. They're on podcasts and live streams more. But the psychology and rhetoric strategies of conservative talk radio in 2009 still run right-wing punditry in 2025. What has primarily changed is the delivery system. And so I asked ChatGPT, what are some examples of big name political talkers who demonstrate low levels of such manipulative tactics? And I think it's perhaps easier to minimize such manipulation if you have a more buffered, enlightened identity as opposed to the porous identity that people on the right have. So ChatGPT suggested Chris Hayes, MSNBC, tends to be transparent about his sourcing and bias. He encourages policy-based discussions, and he will platform opposing ideas without resorting to straw men. Ezra Klein, New York Times podcast, long form, nuanced, less sensational. And he will platform ideological opponents with genuine curiosity, and he focuses on ideas, not outrage. Sam Seder, The Majority Report. He's open about his left-leaning stance. He provides citations. He debates conservatives on air. He is not typically emotionally manipulative or conspiratorial. David French, The Dispatch and the New York Times. He's conservative, but he's principled and he's consistent. He calls out his own side often. He's rarely emotional or tribal in tone. And Josh Barrow, right, the gay centrist libertarian pundit. He focuses on policy and logic over tribal warfare. He will critique both the right and the left. He is contrarian, but reasoned. Joe Rogan, Bill Maher, and then the most tribal and emotionally charged and manipulative and hostile to dissent talkers are Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Glenn Beck. Then there are wild cards like Tucker Carlson, who's all over the place.
Break free from these bonds that have been with us since Watergate.
John Yoo was at the Justice Department Office of Legal Counsel at the time.
The Bush administration relied on you more than any other lawyer in government to justify what they were doing.
We are protected from attack only by vigorous action abroad and increased vigilance at home.
You is on the extreme of legal debate over presidential power. That the law allowed the president to do extraordinary things after 9/11.
John Yoo's on my side, right? I feel like he's fighting for Trump, fighting for MAGA, he's fighting for the unitary executive theory. I have to admit, he's not a highly respected legal scholar.
Including secret rendition to black sites, including torture, including spying on Americans with the NSA. Those things were nearly all repudiated, either by his successors in the Office of Legal Counsel or by courts who said, that's not legal.
But in the years that followed, the Supreme Court was ready to enhance executive power.
Justice by justice, the conservatives were taking over the Supreme Court, and the theory of the unitary executive was becoming more widespread. And finally, this came to a head, really, in the final session of the 2024 Supreme Court.
It was that Trump case about his role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. It had gone all the way to the Supreme Court. Trump's lawyers made the...
So I finally, just before the show, managed to find an accurate AI selection of quotes from this documentary that I can then use to preach to you and share my dazzling insights that I also derived from AI. But first, let's get focused on other people. What's going on with the chat? Happy Sunday to all the Mamdani supporters. Support your local halal cart. Angus says, oh, one reason gay men... Oh, are despised is because they lack chivalrous manliness that motivates men to protect society. I will say that heterosexual men do tend to have a certain lack of comfort around gay men that women don't demonstrate. The left have so thoroughly ensconced themselves in the academy and in the public school system and in our universities that they shape the mind that shapes the culture. Kip says, does Los Angeles have social cohesion? No, has quite low levels of social cohesion. Do I suspect the authorities will lose control over parts of the county in the next 3 to 5 years? What will that depend on? My dear boy, events. Events, my dear boy, it will depend on events. So certain events will destabilize LA County. Certain events will destabilize your county. Remember when Jews had no reaction when a lot of Palestinians died? Yes, when two groups are at war with each other and they see the other as a threat to their survival, they're not likely to have much empathy for the suffering of their enemies. With only 16 million Jews worldwide, why the need for dozens of Holocaust museums across the globe? It's a great earner. It's a great business, bro. I'll take Adam Curtis any day of the week over NPR propagandists. I will not. I can't stand Adam Curtis. He just makes so many outrageous declarations as though they're obviously true, such as we're all Richard Nixon now. I am not an Adam Curtis fan. Not a Terry Gross fan either. I think she's a terrible interviewer. Don't get me started on Judeo-liberalism's love of feminists, gays, cross-dressers, and the like. You all carried all the freak flags, and I'll never forget that. Who else but a Jew would have started the NAACP? Well, different groups have different gifts, right? The NAACP comes with certain contributions. Our feminist friends, our gay fellow Americans, our cross-dressers, and the like all have their distinct gifts and their distinct challenges. But they are our fellow citizens. So maybe they're not the enemy in the Carl Schmittian sense of the enemy is he who threatens your very survival. Maybe they're just part of the rich tapestry of our society.
The Nixon argument. If the president does it, it's not illegal. And in large part, the court agreed.
In Trump versus United States?
Yes, if the president is acting within his lane. Right? If he stays in his lane, then what he does is not illegal.
The Supreme Court, with Chief Justice Roberts writing, says the president is the chief of the executive branch, and the president is also in charge of executing the laws. And for this reason, must have immunity from presidents later on prosecuting him or her for those decisions.
The president may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers.
One of the reasons the Chief Justice gives is so that
I don't have a good, strong sense of smell. I think there was time in my senior year of high school when I was walking across the basketball court when the two teams were warming up, and a basketball just came flying and hit me in the face. And I think that permanently changed something in my nose. What's that called when, like, one part of your nose you don't breathe through properly? And I think that was the activating event that significantly diminished my sense of smell. So when I feel at ease with other people, and if I'm living with other people, I will tell them I don't have a good sense of smell. Like, please tell me if something smells bad, if I'm smelling bad. So I just wish you could tell me something doesn't smell right now. And I just did a deep clean on my carpets. Like, everything should be lemony fresh. I wonder what the heck is going on. Like, women are really good at, like, picking up things that are gross and disgusting and smell bad. Deviated septum. Yes, I've got a deviated septum. And so the primary care physicians noted 15 years ago I had a deviated septum, and she referred me to the surgeon and for surgery to fix my deviated septum. So I had an appointment then with the surgeon. He said, I wouldn't do it. You've got a deviated septum, but it's not so bad. I'll do this other surgery that would just kind of open up your nostrils. And like he cut like tissue inside my nose that had become swollen. And it was wonderful. I breathed so well for a few months after that, but then all the tissue just grew back. So he said that repairing the deviated septum would be like a more intense surgery, and that in his view, I didn't really need it. And so I just went along with what the expert, he was the doctor, he was the surgeon, told me maybe I should have had my deviated septum fixed because, I remember when I've been sick and I've been vomiting, and the vomit is so intense, it's even coming through my nostrils. When that clears out, I then smell so clearly and powerfully and distinctly. I wish I could smell like that all the time. So I prepared for this big show by putting the books and essays of many of my favorite thinkers that were relevant to this PBS Frontline documentary into AI, then asking them to build on the critiques of my favorite thinkers to critique this PBS Frontline documentary. So first book that came to mind was Christopher Caldwell's The Age of Entitlement, America Since the 60s. Next book was Ronnie Goodman's Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression. Another book that came to mind was the Darrell E. Paul essay, Who Can Claim the Rule of Law? There were some books by Stephen Turner that I added to the mix, and then I put them all together into AI to generate these powerful critiques. And then I finally got an AI just before the show started. I was late getting started with the show, in part because AI had let me down. It had given me inaccurate quotes from this PBS Frontline documentary that I'd built such powerful commentary on. I had built an edifice of powerful comments that would forever change your life with their blinding clarity, but I'd built on a foundation of sand because AI had hallucinated many of these quotes. But now I finally got a much more accurate version of quotes. So 3 minutes in, the forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Right? This quote captures Donald Trump's appeal to his populist base. Remember, populism means we're all in it together. It means we've got a more cohesive society, and only with a more cohesive, coherent society can you challenge elite rule. This resonates with Ronnie Goodman's argument that conservatives see themselves as a marginalized quasi-ethnic group resisting elite cultural hegemony. So there will often be an ethnic and racial component to strong group identity. It's not just a matter of ideology. And Christopher Caldwell talks about growing post-civil rights, post-1960s alienation as a reaction to the change of constitutional order that has sidelined and discriminated against traditional Americans, right, and advanced the power and prestige of other identities such as immigrants and the LGBTQ community and African Americans, and the role of bureaucrats and academics and expertise. So God forbid, on his first day, Donald Trump launched a dizzying number of executive orders. So this illustrates Donald Trump's aggressive use of executive power, as I read from my AI-generated notes. And the PBS Frontline documentary says this is a threat to legal norms. Guys, legal norms are in peril. But it aligns with Carl Schmitt's concept of the sovereign deciding on the state of exception. If you're in a state of exception, then the normal rules don't apply. And Darrell Paul's essay says that this reflects a populist challenge to elite-driven legal constraints. Who can claim the rule of law? It's great to have judges, it's great to have law, but not everything comes down to judges, rulings, and law. There are many laws in Orthodox Judaism, but there is also a meta-halakhic morality that goes above the law. As one great rabbi from the 13th century, Nachmanides, a mystic, put it, you can be disgusting with the consent of Torah law. Steve Bannon told us Donald Trump's going to flood the zone with executive orders. So we've got a deliberate strategy here to overwhelm institutional checks. Why? Because our institutions are dominantly run by the left, and the only effective manner to change our institutions is top-down control, such as what Elon Musk did with Twitter. So we have a populist revolt against a left-wing academic elite class running our institutions. This was a promise that Trump kept to his base, right? This highlights Donald Trump's electoral mandate. this spiritual revolt against elite oppression. It was called the Days of Thunder. It's a dramatic term for Donald Trump's executive orders underscoring their disruptive intent. Carl Schmitt would see this as the sovereign asserting power in a state of exception. And Christopher Caldwell says this is a response to the new civil rights constitution that replaced our former constitution. Mike Davis said the legal system has been weaponized against conservatives. So we did not have an objective, unbiased rule of law. We had law used as a form of warfare, right? We have liberal institutions using tools of oppression against those who don't share their hero system, right? We had the law serving elite interests and not the people's interests. Norm Eisen, left-wing Democratic legal attorney, activist, right? We're going to see a Justice Department that's going to be turned into a political weapon. Well, the Justice Department has always been in part political, right? All law springs from, in part, politics. And this Frontline documentary says that Donald Trump is undermining our neutral institutions. And people like Ronnie Goodman and myself would argue that this narrative itself is a product of these ostensibly neutral institutions, that is a narrative that's masking its own anti-conservative, anti-Christian political bias. The post-Watergate reforms were designed to prevent this kind of abuse. So the documentary emphasizes these post-Watergate norms. These were our safeguards, right? We had the liberal elites using institutional procedures and their elite power to maintain dominance against traditional conservative Americans. And Carl Schmitt would see these left-wing norms as illusory constraints on the sovereignty of the people. The unitary executive theory says the president has total control. No. Even with unitary executive theory, there is a recognition that there are other centers of power. Right? This notion that Donald Trump has total control, well, California has repeatedly done things against Donald Trump's will. Courts have repeatedly ruled against Trump. Parts of the bureaucracy have opposed Trump. The media is often in opposition with Trump. So Trump is far from a totalitarian ruler. So the documentary frames this theory as fringe, but maybe this theory has a significant element of truth. Maybe it simply recognizes the sovereign's inherent power to act decisively in a state of exception. And for many people, this unitary executive theory is a much preferable way to rule than elite rule, than rule by our left-wing institutions. Guys, please be aware the unitary executive theory is a fringe theory that's now brought into the mainstream. Maybe this theory is not fringe. Maybe it reflects a reality. Maybe dismissing this theory of fringe reflects the left-wing liberal cleris's tendency to pathologize conservative ideas. Maybe Donald Trump and the people are reacting to the post-1960s expansion of federal power and the installation of a civil rights regime that often actively discriminates against conservatives and men and Christians. Donald Trump is trying to drain the swamp, right? This phrase captures Trump's anti-elite rhetoric. It captures the popular rejection of the rule of left-wing elites. And Helen Andrews' concept of territory suggests this is an attempt to reclaim territory. This is how Australia stopped Muslim grooming gangs. He's going to fire people who don't follow his orders. Don't most executives fire people who don't follow their orders when they are aware of that rebellion and they have the power to do so? Right? Trump is asserting sovereignty, and he is asserting that we're in a state of emergency, a state of exception. Right? We have the people trying to realign their institutions with their will. Right? Who gets to claim the rule of law? Is it the left-wing legal elite, or is it the people? Donald Trump pardoned people who used violence to spread their political message. Now, Democrats have never done this with their supporters. Right? Democrats would never do this for members of Antifa or Black Lives Matter who use violence to spread their political message. Well, of course, Democrats have done this, and Republicans have done this. Right? From a MAGA perspective, the January 6 rioters, while ill-advised, were resisting elite oppression and were resisting the elite institutional rigging of the framework that gave us the 2020 election. For example, Pfizer stopped processing test results for a vaccine for COVID so that they would not provide an advantage to Donald Trump before the election. So we had virtually all our major institutions uniting to diminish the chances of Donald Trump winning the 2020 election, which is described as a stolen election. Now, technically not stolen, but there certainly was an alignment of our major institutions against Donald Trump. So MAGA called the January 6 rioters hostages. We call them people who attacked democracy. So much of politics may be boiled down to the friend-enemy distinction, right? And so this documentary uses language that pathologizes conservative perspectives as threats to democracy to reinforce the cleris's control, the elite's control, the left's control. From a MAGA perspective, these were patriots trying to save the country. Right? Conservatives view themselves as defending America, defending traditional values against a liberal elite who is pathologizing them and discriminating against them, and who has installed a new constitution, a civil rights constitution, as against the traditional understanding of private property and freedom of association and freedom of speech. January 6th, retribution for what they see as a stolen election. Technically, on the face of it, not a stolen election, but at the same time, you have to recognize that the major institutions in America did seem to coordinate to diminish Donald Trump's chance to win that 2020 election. So the documentary frames January 6th negatively. Carl Schmitt might see the January 6 riots as a natural expression of the friend-enemy principle. Trump fired prosecutors who would not bend to his will. Right? This action aligns with Carl Schmitt's view of the sovereign asserting control over bureaucracies and institutions. Right? The only way for the right to reform institutions currently is top-down, because the people who dominate our institutions tend to be on the left. This is a complete takeover of the Justice Department. Right? So the documentary's alarmist tone reflects its defense of liberal institutional norms, which are tools of elite left-wing power, right? While Trump supporters sees Trump and Republicans as trying to correct a biased system.
The president can fully run the executive branch without having to worry about his criminal liability or civil liability after.
The immunity decision was arguably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, legal victory that Donald Trump has had in his entire time in public life. It essentially spelled the meaningful end of the federal prosecutions of Donald Trump. That immunity decision, you could say that was like the precursor event to Trump 2.0 in almost every respect.
It was hugely important. It was the difference between President Trump going to prison versus going back to the White House. It was hugely consequential. It was one of the most important Supreme Court decisions in our history.
Trump won the presidency and a get-out-of-jail-free card. He has now been gifted legal immunity.
After winning an election, the federal cases all go away.
In his hush money case, unconditional discharge covering all 34 counts. No prison time, no fine.
Psychologically, it was a big stamp of approval for the sense that the president is kind of above the law. I mean, literally above the law. That's what the immunity decision found. You can't find, he's immune from a normal legal challenge. You got a pretty powerful feeling that you're kind of unconstrained.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will...
Now, that sense of power would fuel his presidency.
It signals a very different kind of president, and a president who doesn't want to be bound by either the Constitution or statutory law. He believes he has literally unrestricted power.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
The strategy is to flood the zone, to overwhelm the opposition and stun people who are used to the legal constitutional order and the rule of law.
Donald Trump immediately getting to work with a remarkable show of the use of executive power.
We're going to see a president pardoning people who participated in insurrection that he supported.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon.
He issues pardons and commutations.
So initially, J.D. Vance said they weren't going to pardon all rioters. They were going to look at them case by case. But then the Trump team decided this is just too complicated. We're just going to pardon everyone. And the people who did bad things on January 6th, they were punished. And maybe they deserve more punishment. But it's not like they just got off scot-free, unlike many Antifa and Black Lives Matter rioters.
To everybody who had been convicted of crimes in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly.
He said it was a grave national injustice, in his view, that they had been convicted and prosecuted, and he called them hostages.
Peter Keisler, a prominent voice in the conservative legal world, was acting Attorney General for George W. Bush. He has become a critic of President Trump.
There's really no way to understand that decision except as an effort to protect people who had committed serious crimes simply because they'd committed those crimes in the course of supporting the president's effort to stay in power.
With the stroke of a pen, the legal consequences virtually undone.
The largest criminal prosecution in U.S. history is abruptly over.
The persecutions of these January 6 defendants was so politicized, made it illegitimate. They went through years of suffering. They had their lives destroyed, bankrupted, lost family members. Some people killed themselves. So I have no problem with President Trump pardoning almost all of those January 6 defendants because they've suffered enough.
People who attacked Congress, people who use violence to spread their political message, people.
So I love using AI. Instead of me having to think things through, I can ask AI to think things through. Then I can take what I like from AI and leave the rest. So I fed AI a bunch of documents, then asked them to analyze this Doco, and Grok provided this analysis. The documentary has an over-reliance on the rule of law as some kind of neutral ideal, right? The documentary portrays the rule of law as an unambiguous, sacred principle under attack by Donald Trump. He is defying court orders. He's restructuring the Justice Department. But the rule of law is never neutral. It's not a self-evident concept. It's always a contested concept, and it's often used by various parties to maintain power. Right? The rule of law is just one of many virtues in a legal system. It's not the same thing as justice or legal equality or human rights. Judges should not be given the power to override executive decisions in all cases. Right? So the documentary's failure to interrogate, right? That's the word that elites love, interrogate the rule of law's complexities. Right? Its potential to entrench judicial supremacy or elite interests weakens the analysis. It highlights Judge Boasberg's order to halt deportations, and it assumes that judicial rulings inherently uphold justice without considering the point that judges rule us in the name of the law, often overriding the democratic will. And then there is a neglect of historical context and how the Constitution's evolved, so that we have effectively a new civil rights constitution, and we have lost many of the rights that we used to have to freedom of association and freedom of speech and the free use of our property. We have PBS here portraying Donald Trump's actions as a break from norms, but it ignores the role that the left has played in changing norms by the installation of a civil rights constitution, redefining legal and constitutional priorities. So the documentary frames Donald Trump's moves as a singular threat, and it misses the broader context of a polarized society grappling with two competing constitutional visions, the traditional vision of the Constitution and then the civil rights view of the Constitution. We have a one-sided portrayal of Donald Trump's motives. He's just about vendettas and desire for unchecked power. And we have critics describing his actions as a mob-style intimidation, turning the Justice Department into a personal law firm. And there may be varying amounts of validity to these critiques. You can also see Donald Trump's actions as a good, necessary disruption of a corrupt and biased system, right? Trump supporters, by and large, feel like the system is rigged against them. And so they want the system changed, and the only way to change the system is top-down. Do you want to allow the will of the people and their political choices to define what is legal and just? Or do you want an unelected legal elite deciding these questions? Right. The documentary features brief inclusions of Mike Davis's defenses, but it is overshadowed by the documentary's focus on Trump critics. This creates an unbalanced narrative. Right. Trump's appeal stems from a backlash against our elite-driven reforms and institutions that Americans feel are undermining their traditional freedoms. Right. The documentary fails to reckon with popular resentment. The documentary's dire warnings about the end of an independent Justice Department and the collapse of checks and balances overstate the immediate threat. Right. We have many parts of the country, many institutions defying Donald Trump. So anyone who claims that fascism is at hand, right, is not particularly compelling, because if you really felt like fascism was at hand, you would not be saying fascism is at hand, because you would recognize that would place you in danger, and yet no one is getting arrested for saying fascism is at hand. So I like the work of this political scientist, Darrell E. Paul. He wrote the book on how our elites installed same-sex marriage. And I asked ChatGPT to create an essay using the thinking of Darrell E. Paul to critique this PBS Frontline documentary. And ChatGPT suggests this headline: "The Managerial Regime and the Myth of Neutrality." Right? The documentary portrays the Trump era as a unique rupture in American democracy. It frames the response of institutions as principled defenders of the rule of law. But the documentary is less a defense of democracy, and it's much more of an affirmation of the cultural and ideological supremacy of our professional and managerial class. Right? Darrell Paul published the great book From Tolerance to Equality on same-sex marriage. Right? We are currently ruled by an elite managerial liberalism that has replaced democratic politics with a moral consensus imposed on us from above by the left. It uses its institutional leverage to enforce moral and ideological norms around identity, expertise, and globalism, and then calls this enforcement neutral governance. You have a claim, we've never had a president like Barack Obama, and this is wonderful, right? And this is a sacralization of a particular identity because Obama sounds like a Muslim and he was half black, and the liberal elite sees Obama's election as a cultural cleansing of America's past sins. That always struck me as absurd. It's a moment of redemption. But the underlying material conditions of working Americans deteriorated under Barack Obama and under Joe Biden. Right? Most Americans were worse off after 4 years of Joe Biden. The documentary asserts, we believed in a post-racial America. Obama's victory meant racism was over. Right? Racism is inherent in the human condition. Right? This is nonsense. It was nonsense perpetuated by an elite class. Right? Obama intensified the rise and the power of certain types of identity, such as black identity, LGBTQ identity. We had the rise of DEI bureaucracies. We had this pious rhetoric about race. We had the elevation of certain groups' symbolic grievances that worked against the best interests of the majority. So we had certain sacralized identities became the moral currency of the ruling regime. Black identity and LGBTQ identity in particular. So we have this documentary saying the rule of law means that everyone, including a former president, is subject to the law. And the rule of law is invoked here essentially as an ideological cudgel. We have a managerial elite enforcing laws and norms asymmetrically. Right? We have leniency. We have excuses for left-wing protesters, for BLM protesters, for Antifa protesters, but we have maximum enforcement. We put institutions and sick them on Trump supporters, on traditional Christians. So we had the FBI put enormous, like half of its resources, 40% of its resources, to go after January 6th rioters. The documentary says we need to defend our institutions, but defend them for whom? Institutions are not neutral. Institutions are instruments of the people who run them, the values and the class interests of those who control them. Right? Defense of our current institutions is not a defense of democracy. It is a defense of managerial dominance. Right? So the documentary tells us Trump won despite breaking all the rules. Maybe it's not that Trump broke the rules. Maybe Trump broke illusions. Maybe his candidacy exposed that the rules were never neutral and objective procedures. They were elite constructions designed to maintain the power of certain people and to minimize the power of other people. Right? The visceral disgust by our elite in reacting to Trump's victory shows how little actual pluralism their system would tolerate.
People who had no regard for our institutions and our democracy. That's who he was issuing pardons for.
This was a day of violence. This was a day in which 140 police officers were injured, and we cannot rewrite the history of that day.
Property was destroyed, people were injured, police officers trying to defend the democratic process died.
We stood up against a stolen election. We will be vindicated in the pages of history as patriots and freedom fighters.
He's put my family back together again. Without him.
So there is a comment in the chat. Can you speak to Tulsi's troubles? And I think you are referring to Tulsi Gabbard a couple of months before America bombed Iranian nuclear reactors, saying that Iran was not about to build a nuclear weapon. And I think that is the consensus of the intelligence agencies, that Iran was not about to build a nuclear weapon. And so I have a shocking revelation for you. The reasons that countries go to war are not always identical with their stated reasons. That shockingly, the things that people say are not necessarily what they mean, and the things that drive people are not necessarily what they say. So Iran was not about to build a nuclear weapon. The reason that Israel attacked Iran and then America joined in was that Israel and America saw a golden opportunity to reduce Iran's power and ability to cause trouble that went against American interests and Israeli interests. And framing it in the guise of, we have to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon, that was a rhetorical device. It wasn't the reality. We didn't attack Iran because they were about to create nuclear weapons and unleash them on the world. Right? That was like the rhetorical campaign that we used to justify the 2003 invasion of Iraq. We did not. The George W. Bush invasion of Iraq was not because we were worried about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Right? That was just the rhetorical cover to do something that George W. Bush wanted to do, which was remake the Middle East and make it friendly for democracy. And maybe we can remake the Middle East to make it a prosperous place, and we just have to demonstrate our will, and then the bad guys will be intimidated, and we'll have a Middle East overrunning with radical love and radical inclusion. Then they cast around for the most effective rhetorical strategy to make that case, and the most effective rhetorical strategy was to say Iraq has weapons of mass destruction that are a threat to the world, and we now see because of the 9/11 attacks that we have to go to war. And I will admit, after the 9/11 attacks, I was quite emotionally friendly to a clash of civilizations analysis, and I was not emotionally resonating with primarily a law enforcement response to 9/11, but upon retrospect, a law enforcement response to 9/11 would have been far superior to the idiocy of the Bush administration, to the idiocy of the civilization, clash of civilization argument, right? Civilizations don't field armies, right? Specific nation states field armies. Afghanistan was not a threat to us. Iraq was not a threat to us. We should never have invaded and taken over Afghanistan and Iraq. And we should not have looked at 9/11 as representing a clash of civilizations. We should have looked at it as a law enforcement matter and recognized that we should have gotten wiser with immigration and in restricting, right, our vulnerability to largely Islamic terrorists who want to hurt us. We didn't have to try to go to war on terror. Right? Terror is a tactic. Going to war on terror was stupid and gay. Really bad idea, God forbid.
I wouldn't be out right now.
We don't condone violence, but we're also not
disorderly conduct with a weapon. And by a weapon, they don't mean guns, right? And to the best of my knowledge, none of the January 6th rioters were wielding or using or even carrying guns, right? By weapon, they mean a flag or a stick. So weapon sounds really bad. And any of these rioters who fought with police and who destroyed property, but particularly those who committed assault, I want them prosecuted, and they were prosecuted, and they were jailed, and I'm glad. I find attacks on police particularly heinous, but I am not a big fan of exaggerating the evil of what they did either. Right? Why is January 6th treated as a sacred event, but the mayhem and violence and disorder wreaked by Black Lives Matter and Antifa not treated as a sacred threat?
the insurrectionists here.
Assaulting officers with a dangerous weapon. I think that means a stick, flagpole.
I feel vindicated and validated. Yes, absolutely.
Suspicious conspiracy sentence, 18 years.
It really sends the signal that people
Rhodes.
can engage in violence on his behalf, and he's got that pardon power there for them. He wants people who are on his side to think, you know what, if I go a little bit too far, you know, they got a president there who's kind of watching out for you. It really puts us on a road that goes pretty far from the neutral rule of law and pretty far, unfortunately, towards a kind of personalized use of government to go after your enemies and to forgive those on your side who break the law.
Trump and his advisors were pushing to go further, exact retribution for what they called lawfare.
I think retribution is a very important component of justice. It serves as a powerful deterrent to people who may commit crimes in the future, that there are going to be consequences. The president and his Justice Department team should hold accountable those who wage this unprecedented Republican-ending lawfare against President Trump.
The first target, the Department of Justice itself.
They fired more than 24 career prosecutors, people who had worked either on the investigations and cases against Donald Trump himself or against the people who had stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
The message that I took out of it was, if you persecute Americans as a Justice Department prosecutor or agent, you're going to lose your job, and you should. When you try to throw President Trump in prison for the rest of his life, when you try to bankrupt him, when you throw his supporters in prison after January 6th, when you do these things, there are consequences.
They also forced out about half a dozen or so of the senior career leaders at the FBI. They were fired as a group because they were not deemed to be sufficiently politically reliable. The message that sends is your job may depend on you being perceived as supporting the president's personal and political interests. And that sets the stage.
I love how the tone of voice and the music and the narration portray all this as something sacred, as a battle of good versus evil, rather than what I think is a more accurate framing of we have a collision of interests between different groups who have different interests. But the news media sees some things as sacred and then sacralizes their coverage. And Christians will see other things as sacred, and Orthodox Jews see other things as sacred. And when you make something sacred, you stop thinking about it rationally and clearly.
For turning law enforcement into another instrumentality of politics, where if you're the subject or a target of an investigation, how you're treated may depend on what your politics are. And that's the opposite of what the system should be doing.
So non-Americans often talk about Americans suffering from an irony deficiency. And there are cultural differences in the use of irony, sarcasm, and humor between the United States and, say, England and Australia. So in England, for example, humor is thought appropriate to use throughout a much wider spectrum of life than in America, where there's much more of a notion that there is a sector of life that is appropriate to use humor, but then there are other sectors of life where it's not appropriate to use humor. And so I notice Americans tend to sometimes sacralize and elevate their leaders, their political leaders, to a transcendental status that people in England and Australia do not, that the parliamentary system makes it much easier to see politicians as politicians, while in the American system, politicians, and particularly presidents, not just politicians, are also head of state. So in a parliamentary system, the head of state is very likely someone who is not an elected politician. It's maybe a monarchical figure such as the king or the queen. That's the head of state, and then the head of government is the prime minister. But in the United States, in our system, the head of state is also the head of government. And so I view American politicians the same way I view Australian politicians and British politicians, as primarily politicians, right? I don't venerate them, and I don't put them on a pedestal, and I don't see them as occupying the transcendent head of state role. So I believe considerable amounts of skepticism are appropriate for presidents. And I find it amusing, as a religious man, as an Orthodox Jew, what the secularists find sacred, such as the January 6th riots. They desecrated our sacred spaces. I don't see the Congress as a sacred space. It's a place where politicians do business. I don't see that as sacred, right? I have a belief in different parts of life that are sacred. The Torah to me is sacred. So it's amusing for me as a religious man when the secularists trot out their particular hero system with their view of certain things as sacred, because as soon as you believe that there is a part of life that is sacred, you lose the ability to think critically about that space. So there are certain events in the news that move from being just politics, which is what they are, to becoming moral epics that re-sanctify national values. So Watergate shifted quickly in 1973 from just politics to becoming a moral epic that was narrated by our elite to re-sanctify our national values. This is based on an analysis by, I think, Yale University sociologist Jeffrey Alexander. And so I asked ChatGPT to apply the insights from Jeffrey Alexander's essay on Watergate to this PBS Frontline documentary. So this Frontline film is trying to do the same shift with Donald Trump. We are showing the January 6th rioters and many Trump's moves as polluting our sacred spaces, right? We have these clashes of group interests that are treated with a moral clarifying ritual, right? We have Trump and MAGA shown as violating sacred democracy, and this violation of the sacred, of our sacred institutions, it requires a ritual purification. We have liminal space, right? The Watergate hearings became a sacred out-of-time space. It wasn't that you had human beings acting within time and space to pursue their own interests. No, we had a ritual movement, a ritual moment for national self-cleansing through these televised hearings. And so we have the Democrats and the media trying to cast these post-January 6th legal processes and congressional hearings and media coverage as a sacred reckoning. So that's why you get this particular repetition. You get the hushed voiceovers. You have the archival solemnity. You have the moral narration functioning just like the televised rituals for Watergate, right? This is not just a recounting of fact. What's really going on here in this PBS Frontline documentary and other elite media work is a symbolic ritual to get rid of the pollution created by people on the right. Right? The facts of Watergate were public long before the crisis was morally elevated into a transcendent sacred space. What changed with Watergate was the symbolic context. And Frontline is following the same model. Right? The power of its accusations lie not in the facts, not in new revelations, but in how it is framing events we already know about. So we have legal proceedings that are turned into morality tales. We have heroes like Jack Smith and Merrick Garland. We have villains like Donald Trump and his lawyers and Fox News. So we have political myth-making masked as reportage. So during the Watergate hearings, the people who had the power avoided invoking context, avoided invoking the wider cultural war. They created this neutral, elevated moral space by creating brackets within history. They removed Watergate from the circumstances that gave rise to Watergate, which was elite institutional opposition to rule by President Nixon. And Frontline is similarly bracketing the populist anger and elite failure that gave rise to Donald Trump. So the narrative avoids discussing why people supported Trump. It avoids discussing what structural breakdowns in trust got us here. Instead, it is reframing the crisis purely in terms of moral transgression against the sacred rights of democracy. Right, so with the Watergate hearings, we had elites reclaiming the language of universal virtue. They would intone about law, truth, fairness, the American way. They would ignore their own complicity in America's polarization. And Frontline, in this documentary, is replaying this move. The elites presided over disasters such as the Iraq invasion, Wall Street bailouts, mass surveillance, lawfare, civil rights legislation gone amok, identity capture, the sacralization of certain identities such as Black and LGBTQ identity, and the discrimination actively against, say, white Christian men. They are now posing as defenders of sacred truth and sacred democracy and the sacred, objective, neutral rule of law. And they are casting their control of our institutions and our media and law and their dominance over our narratives as righteous rather than self-interested and political. Right? Frontline is leaning on the idea that the January 6 trials and the Trump indictments are all about restoring truth, accountability, and the rule of law. Right? These are ritual affirmations. Frontline is trying to take January 6 and Trump's indiscretions and prosecutions as sacred events, as ritualistic affirmations that have to be bracketed from normal history where you have a clash of self-interested groups, and remove them from the realm of empirical contradiction, but instead move them into the realm of selective justice and elite impunity. Frontline is trying to create a purification ritual through spectacle. Frontline is trying to divide the pure from the filthy. Trump and his movement are filthy forces, while our institutions, our opponents to Trump, our prosecutors, our journalists are agents of ritual purification. Right? This is not a matter of power contestation. It is a symbolic exorcism. And what the heck are all these anti-Trump conservatives doing on this Frontline documentary? J. Michael Luttig, David French, Ty Cobb, Peter Keisler. Why are they there? Because they legitimate the symbolic drama that this documentary is trying to construct. They are the ritual confirmers of the transcendent moral narrative. They are the internal validators. They are the apostates from conservatism who once belonged to the same ideological camp as Trump and his supporters, but now they denounce Trump, right? So their presence makes the Frontline narrative appear bipartisan and moral rather than partisan and strategic. These are the priests of purification. They're just trying to help, guys. They want to move the crisis from political disagreement to sacred transgression. If even conservatives condemn Trump, the show is telling us, then Trump must be really bad, right? He is abusing truth and law. Right? We have these conservatives who hate Trump acting to sacralize our institutions over party politics, right? They are framing their critique not as left-wing, not as populist. They're just defending truth, institutions, sacred norms, the Constitution, right? They're just affirming the sacred symbolic center of our country, our democracy, the rule of law, the office, the truth over tribal loyalty. They're shifting attention away from political interest to higher values. They allow the documentary to present the Trump saga as a crisis of legitimacy, a threat from the filthy, rather than a narrative of a contestation of power between different groups with different interests. The PBS documentary and similar elite media want a banishment of the filthy and the impure. And so these figures help define Trump and his supporters not just as wrong, but as filthy, as impure. So they are doing the symbolic labor of ejecting Trump and his supporters from the civic religion. Trump has violated our sacred codes, so they must denounce him in moral, not power terms, not political terms. Right? This is the purification function in the Watergate hearings and attempted in the January 6th hearings. These conservatives are pained to dissent from Donald Trump and the Republican Party. They are pained, but it's their necessary sacrifice. It is their duty. It's part of their higher obligation. This is them putting country ahead of party. They are aligning with America's civil religion and with its myths of conscience and honor, a la John Dean at Watergate. So we have a liminal political ritual, taking real-world events and removing them from their context to create a morality play. So now these anti-Trump conservatives, they're not complicated people with personal ambitions. No, they are figures that just love truth and purity and goodness and respect institutions. They are not flawed, petty people pursuing their own interests. They rise above their interests. They are on this documentary to obfuscate the class and structural conflict between our ruling elite and the people who elected Donald Trump twice. They are here to displace the deeper critiques of elite rule, left-wing rule, of economic betrayal, elite failure, the security state's overreach. Said they want to idealize our legal norms, our institutions, institutional trust. They want to show themselves as coming from a place that is very high and mighty and moral. And they are simply worried. They're concerned. They want to obscure their personal ambitions. They want to obscure their personal interests. They want to obscure elite rule, systemic discrimination against Christians and white people. And they want to moralize this entire conflict, remove it from reality, and simply place it within the context of a morality play, right? Their conservatism has become technocratic. They're here to defend the system, not to reform it, right? They're here to support norms, right? They are crucial to this documentary's sacred drama. They are the penitent insiders. They function as the moral referees. They're here to sanctify the elite consensus. They want to separate the true conservatives who believe in order, law, dignity, and truth from polluted populism, which stands for chaos, grievance, and Donald Trump. They're here to give their authority, to add gravity to this ritual purification. They're here to assist elite institutions to present elite power as neutral and just so that they can have more of that power for themselves.
It was time for Trump to deploy his own team to the Justice Department, one he could depend on.
At this stage of his presidency and what he wants to accomplish, he really only values loyalty and virtually nothing else.
Criminal defense attorney Ty Cobb was part of Trump's legal team during the first term. Now he's a critic.
He's not looking for them to tell him what to do. He's looking for them to do what he tells them to do. He learned a lot the first time around, I think, in terms of how far he could go.
Trump's first attorney general was Jeff Sessions.
Sessions was a constant object of his ire, in part because of the recusal without consultation with the White House.
I have now decided to recuse myself from any existing or future investigations of any matter relating in any way to the campaigns for President of the United States.
Trump saw Sessions' decision as disloyal, not protecting him from a DOJ investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election.
The Justice Department naming the former FBI Director Robert Mueller special counsel to take over the investigation.
That rubbed the president the wrong way, and he never got over it.
Time and again, during Trump's first term, it was the lawyers who got in his way.
There were people in the first Trump administration, the so-called grown-ups in the room, more traditional conservatives, Federalist Society lawyers who were very conservative ideologically, but were also very serious lawyers as well, who were occasionally willing to say no to ideas that they thought were outside the bounds of legitimate legal interpretation or just simply bad ideas, to raise objections, to slow things down. One of the lessons learned for the people who stuck with Trump after the events of January 6 was that one of their mistakes was having too many people like that around the president. And there was a very deliberate effort to vet people to ensure that they would be more in the MAGA mold, more permissive lawyers, people who were not going to be obstacles slowing down ideas coming out of the White House, but accelerators.
His new attorney general this time would be Pam Bondi.
I think many of these criticisms of Donald Trump are valid and powerful. I do want to preserve and strengthen our institutions as long as they are aligned with the best interests of the American people. I believe in the rule of law. I believe that people on the left often have very powerful and effective critiques of actions on the right. I don't assume that the right is always good and true and the left is always bad. And I think that accurate criticism makes us all better. Michael says the Jeff Sessions recusal was moronic. It totally played into the Democrats' hands. I think that legally Jeff Sessions had to do it. I don't have strong opinions. The mood music is a signal that the intended audience is 95 IQ. No, the opposite. I think the mood music is a signal that the intended audience has at least a 115 IQ. We have mustaches of wisdom. Is Pam Bondi a natural blonde? I would suspect not, but she looks fantastic for her age. Did they ever find that January 6th goon who used, God forbid, the cricket bat? 40, quit raising your hand for those elective surgeries, bro. Those doctors have boat payments to make. I bet 70% of their procedures do not fix the original problem, but the boat payment and the slip payment got paid. So when I went back to the surgeon and said that surgery that I underwent at your recommendation, well, the problem that it fixed didn't last long. and said, oh, you need this, now you need to use this particular nasal spray. So there was no mention when I was considering surgery that the problem that it would fix would only be a temporary fix. And so it is not unknown that doctors and therapists and people in power recommend things to people with less knowledge than themselves that are not actually in the best interests of the client or the patient, but are much more aligned with the best interest of the member of the profession. So, painful but true. Many doctors recommend surgeries that are in their financial interest but are not aligned with your health interest, such as doctors over-recommending oophorectomies and hysterectomies, removing women's ovaries and reproductive system. Often bad idea for the particular women, but maybe financially aligned with the doctor's interests. Dentists often recommend all sorts of procedures that their patients not only do not need, but are actively harmful to the patient's best interests. It is not unknown that accountants and lawyers recommend things that are against the interests of their client, but are in their own best interest. How about a neti pot? Yeah. I do these things, but I still long for the glorious days of a clear and easy breathing that I had for at least the first few weeks after that surgery. Or after I've been so violently ill, I've been vomiting not just through my mouth, but through my nose. That really clears up the nostrils. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long.
I think she's going to be as impartial as you can possibly be. I know I'm supposed to say she's going to be totally impartial with respect to Democrats, and I think she will be as impartial as a person can be. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of totally, but she's going to be as total as you can get.
They were friends. They've known each other a long time. Part of this with Trump, yes, it is loyalty, and part of it is personal. She has served as his personal lawyer. I think he just really likes her.
The top deputies, Todd Blanche and Emile Beauvais, had both served as Trump's personal criminal defense attorney.
I wonder how many people get the joke of this sacred ritual and sacred narrative being presented here by Frontline. Don't you find it funny when people sacralize things that you don't think are sacred? Don't you find it offensive when people treat as non-sacred that which you hold to be sacred? I was watching an NFL Network 45-minute documentary on Roger Staubach, and I think I watched the whole thing with like a tear or two in my eyes. Like, Roger Staubach has played a sacred role in my life. I remember when the actress Ingrid Bergman died, my father was like really emotionally shook up. When Elvis Presley died, my stepmother was quite emotionally affected. When I see video and pictures of Tom Landry, he played a sacred role in my life, the former coach of the Dallas Cowboys. So I had a heretical thought preparing for this show, and I know I'm a bad man for having this thought. And so I want to publicly plead guilty to the thought police. I am guilty. I deserve my punishment. So, January 6 riots, bad. I hated them. I opposed them. But I wonder to what extent these riots might have served to preserve or at least contest territory in a similar way to the 2005 Cronulla riots in Australia. Right? I asked ChatGPT. It said, this goes to the heart of Carl Schmitt's insight. Politics is about who decides. Right? The January 6th Capitol riot and the 2005 Cronulla riots in Australia can be seen, however messy, however repugnant, right, as attempts by a majority population to assert cultural sovereignty over institutions and spaces they see as slipping out of their control. Right? This Helen Andrews analysis of how the Cronulla riots might have played a role in halting grooming gangs in Australia that were raping Australian girls by reasserting control over territory, sacred space, the Cronulla Beach. Right? This territorial signaling, you had, God forbid, young white Australians, God forbid, threatening violence, pushing back against what they saw as encroachment by Lebanese youth who had their own value system that they wanted to enact, and you had Native Australians trying to reclaim beach space as their symbolic national ground. You had an assertion of ownership over territory, physical territory and cultural territory. It was not just sand and surf. January 6th, those riots were not aimed at immigrants or ethnic outsiders. They were aimed at a political class, at an elite who were accused of stealing representation, voice, and rule. And the Capitol building became symbolic territory more sacred than the beach. Its occupation was a ritual defilement of an elite space that many Americans felt was being used against them, that Trump supporters felt had rigged the rules against Trump in the second election, the 2020 election. This was an inversion of a sacred elite order and rule by people who felt discriminated against, excluded, and hurt by this elite decision-making. They felt that they had been replaced in symbolic importance by other identities such as LGBTQ and Black, and they were trying to reclaim their country that they felt had been administered away against them. So both events were chaotic, ugly, self-defeating. But if you step away from the moralizing, maybe these events were desperate assertions of a discriminated against and oppressed people trying to reclaim territory and cultural control by groups who felt under threat, by groups who felt increasingly erased by a ruling institutional elite. Maybe the rioters in both cases were reacting to shifts in not just actual power, but also symbolic power. Maybe the Cronulla riots were a reaction to a multiculturalism and a state-backed diversity and immigration program that had been imposed upon them against their will. And maybe the January 6th riots were a demonstration of opposition to the managerial liberalism, elite rule, media delegitimation of conservatives, and a political system that they experienced as no longer responsive or fair. That doesn't justify either event, but maybe there was more to these events than just criminality and rage. Maybe they were rituals of their own. Maybe they were populist efforts, clumsy, combustible to preserve territory, physical, cultural, symbolic. Maybe these riots were declarations. This is ours. In a world where democratic and legal and institutional processes feel captured, where the sacred is monopolized by one side and used against the people, maybe this violence was a language of excluded sovereignty. God forbid.
The truism that he's treating the Justice Department as a personal law firm is almost literally true in the second term here, where he has filled its upper ranks with people who...
And Elliot wants to know how much milk I drink. I have some ice cream at time, so I eventually never drink milk. Occasionally have some ice cream, so very, very little is the friend. It's the answer, my friend. I prefer the good old almond milk.
Previously had been his personal lawyers. Defense lawyers for him have abruptly gone from trying to counter federal prosecutors and FBI agents to being the bosses of those people and being the instruments of his revenge against that institution.
It was breaking a barrier that had been erected after Watergate.
The Justice Department was not always as independent as it has been in my adult lifetime. John F. Kennedy did name his brother as Attorney General.
Ha ha ha, that's funny when the left does it, but it is filthy when the right does it. So Mark Halperin has many superb commentaries on his Next Up podcast about double standards among the elite and among the media. And so I used AI to generate some clean transcripts of 6 of my favorite Mark Halperin monologues from the past 2 months. Then I fed them into ChatGPT and said, use the points made by Mark Halperin in his monologues to comment on this PBS documentary. So we have a PBS message that our institutions, the DOJ, the courts, and the media, are standing firm to protect democracy and the rule of law against the Trump insurgency. Mark Halperin's critique would be that these same elites selectively enforced outrage and moral standards. For example, Elon Musk's gesture was treated as Nazi-coded, but Cory Booker's identical gesture was ignored. And much of the news coverage is not about truth, it's about tribe, the tribe of the dominant ruling liberal elite. So this Halperin critique directly undermines the Frontline portrayal of elite neutrality. So Halperin exposes the moral asymmetry embedded in elite media, which Frontline never interrogates. Point number 2. Halperin points out the media complicity in partisan myth-making. So PBS is trying to tell us that the press is bravely exposing Trump's lies, his authoritarian instincts, and his threats to the rule of law. Mark Halperin's critique: the press enabled Joe Biden's deception about his cognitive decline. They helped bury the Hunter Biden laptop story, and they have downplayed illegal immigration violence. So Halperin flips the Frontline premise, right? Rather than democracy being saved by media elites, he argues that democracy was distorted and damaged by media elites through omission, distortion, and self-protective silence. Point number 3, narrative ownership versus popular perception. PBS tells us the January 6 prosecutions, voting rights activism, legal pushback are noble defenses against fascism. Mark Halperin points out that the press and the Democrats often use their institutional control to try to define the narrative and to blame Trump rhetoric for violence, and they ignore violence against law enforcement from their own side, and they brush aside inconvenient illegal immigration-related crimes. So Frontline treats the dominant liberal narrative as settled truth. Mark Halperin insists that this narrative is an elite construction, increasingly rejected by a public who see something quite different. Point number 4, we've got the media fear of empowering the wrong side. And so in reaction to this fear, the media increasingly slant against Trump and the populace. So PBS defends our institutions, the DOJ, the press, election officials who just do the right thing despite immense pressure from these filthy Trumpists. Mark Halperin's theme: the media has rigged the playing field. They cover for Biden, they cover for Democrats, not just out of bias, but because they fear anything honest that might help Trump. So this is the unspoken premise of this Frontline documentary. Elite discretion was necessary. Halperin calls it out as a conspiracy of silence, distorting public life and bringing the news media into increasing disrepute. Point number 5, we've got the court of expertise and the decline of trust. This connects with Stephen Turner's critique of epistemic closure, where you've got the rules of knowing situated in the interests of some against the interests of others, right? You have Frontline here protecting and advocating for the rule of experts. And Halperin shows how the journalistic elite have masked their own biases and how they often use fact-checking and noble and neutral sounding things like gatekeeping and credentialism to discredit dissent and insulate themselves from their own errors and to protect their own preferences and power. We have here a tone-deaf elitism in the face of the suffering of regular Americans. Mark Halperin's indignation over illegal immigration crimes, how that's virtually never covered by the elite media, and the news media's dismissiveness after Trump's assassination attempt shows how disconnected the elite media culture has become from ordinary sentiment. And Frontline never confronts this disjunction. It paints elite behavior as benevolent paternalism. Mark Halperin exposes it as gaslighting.
But post-Nixon, because of who Nixon was and what he did and how the Justice Department abetted what he...
I don't know about you. Whenever anything confusing happens in the world, my first thought is, what does Eugene Robinson of the Washington Post have to say about this?
He did. It has been separate.
Since Watergate, the norm, and it's been a healthy norm, has been really to keep hands off the Justice Department, hands off the FBI. I was in the White House many years ago. I actually went to the Justice Department very rarely when I was the Vice President's Chief of Staff. And partly that was because we were really not just encouraged, but required not to deal directly with the Justice Department. It was just considered a terrible abuse of power to try to use the Justice Department for your own personal purposes or political purposes.
But Trump wasn't going to follow those rules.
He's the chief magistrate and the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. And the Attorney General reports directly to him. The FBI director reports to him. That's one of the keys to the unitary theory of the executive, that in the office of the president is executive power, which has really been lost since Watergate.
Trump decided to make a statement. He would go to the Department of Justice, make it clear he was in charge.
By going to speak at the Justice Department, he is reasserting the president actually is, under the Constitution, ultimately responsible for the execution of federal law, for federal law enforcement, all of it. The Justice Department is not independent of the president.
Others who had worked in the Justice Department saw it differently.
Presidents only infrequently go to the Department of Justice at all, and for good reason.
J. Michael Luttig was a lawyer in the Reagan White House, a veteran of the DOJ under George H.W. Bush, and a prominent conservative appeals court judge. After January 6th, he became a vocal Trump critic.
There's every reason in the world.
So I grew up religious, so I recognize these sacred tones, these sacred incantations, and I was choking on my water there because it just seems so amusing to me how that they are invoked here for this clash of power between different groups with different interests. And I am amused at decoding and deconstructing certain assertions of the sacred that do not ring true to my particular hero system. At the same time, I recognize I will feel a sense of outrage if you try to demystify, decode those things that I find as sacred. Right? We all have a hero system. We all see certain things as sacred. And as soon as you see something as sacred, you can no longer think clearly about it. So the PBS Frontline documentary is giving us a comforting story. Democracy is threatened, but our institutions are holding, well, we hope they're holding. We've got prosecutors, judges, journalists, and legal scholars are heroic figures. They are calmly defending the rule of law, right? There is a different intonation by people on the left compared to people on the right. Right? They're just calmly defending the rule of law, guys, against chaos and populism. But through the lens of one of my favorite academics, Stephen Turner, this narrative, this framing, this intonation is not just naive. It is a textbook example of how expert rule disguises political power as neutral knowledge. It's just truth. So I am taking Stephen Turner's work, some of it published 25 years ago, and I'm applying his insights to this PBS Frontline documentary. I have not consulted Stephen to see if he agrees. So I'm using ChatGPT to digest Professor Turner's work and apply it to this doco. So the increasing power of experts poses a formidable challenge to democracy. Right? We have ever-increasing expert power without accountability to the people. You have experts wielding power without accountability to the people. Unlike elected officials, the powerful experts do not answer to the people. They answer to their own tribe, to their own discipline, their own institutions, and to the own class interests that govern them. So according to Frontline, the Department of Justice, our elite law schools and law firms, our major media outlets, they all have this unified moral vision. But Stephen Turner reminds us, this vision is not disinterested. It is the particular worldview of a particular people with a particular hero system. Right? This is the hero system of a left-leaning professional managerial elite. It is highly educated, it is urban, it is secular, it is ideologically on the left, and their expertise is not neutral. It is infused with particular values and particular assumptions that serve them. We are dealing here with a knowledge gap. We are asked to trust what we cannot verify. Right? We have epistemic asymmetry. When the experts speak, the public has no way to assess whether they are right and wrong. We are told to trust the experts, trust the process. we don't understand it, and we cannot understand it. So we have danger here, right? The less we know, the more we are expected to obey. Frontline wants us to believe that these unbiased prosecutors are telling us no one is above the law, that scholars are telling us this is what democracy looks like. We're supposed to just nod along. Stephen Turner would have us ask, what if this elite consensus is not based on what is true and transcendent and good and noble? Maybe it is based on a shared professional ideology serving the advantages of a particular class and pushing disadvantages on another group. What if the rule of law that is intoned here really just means elite control of narrative? Maybe what we've got going on here is an increasing neutralization of the political. So after the 17th century 30-year war between Protestants and Catholics in Germany, you had this increasing elite perspective that we need to make more and more of the political neutral and turn it over to experts. And supposedly the rise of Hitler and Nazism discredited nationalism, and so we need to remove the racial and these kind of primitive urges from the political and turn over power to neutral experts. And we need to shrink the room for political debate, right? The experts want to diminish debate. They want to diminish free speech. They want to diminish what we can say on social media. They want to depoliticize things that should be a matter of public and political contestation. Once an issue is labeled technical, such as election integrity, prosecutorial discretion, or national security, it is then removed from democratic contestation, right? The public is sidelined. Dissent is pathologized. Dissent is simply ignorance or extremism. This is what Frontline is doing. The documentary never considers that prosecutions or institutional responses might be biased for one group against another group. It treats these legal actions as just objectively righteous because they align with their expert opinion. Right? So dissenters are not debated, they are diagnosed with pathologies. So we have narratives as substitutes for consent. We have a rise of symbolic legitimacy, symbolic narratives. We have stories that replace genuine democratic legitimacy. We are increasingly living in post-democratic regimes. We no longer have institutions that serve the people. We have institutions that perform rituals of virtue in the interests of a certain class and against the interests of other people. We have public trust that is manufactured through media rituals, expert sound bites, and a particular narrative storytelling. So Frontline isn't here primarily to inform, it is here to reassure. People subscribe to the New York Times and the Washington Post and the LA Times, not primarily to be informed, but to be reassured and to promote their own particular partisan worldview. To fund the New York Times in its mission to take the gospel of elite managerial rule to the unwashed masses. Frontline and the New York Times offer us morality tales where the good guys win and the system prevails. Right? This is how post-democracies survive, by convincing the people that these procedures are simply matters of justice, that credentials are simply a reflection of what is true. So Stephen Turner dismantles the worldview behind this Frontline documentary. He might well say that this documentary is not primarily journalism, it is a priestly chant of expert authority. Tells you that the system works, not because you've seen it work, not because you've experienced it working, but because the right people say it is working. Stephen Turner is warning us when politics becomes a matter of expertise, when the people lose their power and their voice, when we are ruled by experts. This is not a higher form of democracy. It is a soft, technocratic dictatorship disguised in robes, citations, and credentials. We do not need more trust in elites. We need more political clarity about who decides, in whose interest, and under what constraints. This is the essence of democracy.
Under our constitutional order, for the President of the United States to keep his distance.
Such a nice person. That's a rough picture. That's a rough picture. We're waiting on you.
The president's political rally at the Department of Justice was reprehensible, and of course, it was unprecedented in all of American history.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Attorney General Pamela Bondi.
Hi, please be seated. Welcome to the Department of Justice.
It is an institution whose goals have uniformly been revered as a place where you try to at least achieve your vision of equal justice, unbiased justice, and depoliticized justice. Bondi didn't even try to talk about those things.
And we all work for the greatest president in the history of our country. We are so proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is, he will never...
She made it plain that they were all there for him and devoted to him. That's just not the way it's supposed to work. They're supposed to preserve and protect the Constitution, and
Guys, we've got to preserve it and protect the interests of this particular technocratic managerial elite. Now, I recognize that doesn't sound as stirring as the rhetoric used by PBS Frontline. Art Bell is back, and he is chatting. Will Luke take in a few Nick Fuentes videos and decode their hostility to Jews? Or is Luke all about Luke forbid? Well, one regular on this around this show, he wanted me to do some shows going through Mein Kampf and talking about where Hitler was right. I said, bro, have you lost your mind? I am a convert to Orthodox Judaism. I'm not about to do a bunch of shows on where Mein Kampf is correct. And I'm probably unlikely to do shows decoding the moronic theorizing of Nick Fuentes, even while I recognize his talent for live streaming and his ability to effectively communicate to his 95 IQ audience. Whew. Experiencing a lot of tightening in my lower back as I share my great wisdom with you.
they're not there to preserve and protect the presidency.
During the previous couple of years, while Trump was being prosecuted and convicted for crimes, he must have been seething and just waiting until he could take his revenge, because that's basically what he...
And from this perspective, seething indicates you're a bad person, and wanting to take revenge against people who have harmed you, it just shows that you are primitive, that you haven't transcended your animalistic porous identity, and you haven't elevated yourself to your buffered identity, where simply through the application of your own cognitive powers, you can come to clarity about what is true and good and right and wrong, and what is the strategic way to go, right? You are stuck in a medieval perspective on life where you're seething and plotting revenge, just like people in the Dark Ages. Why can't you get to a more enlightened perspective like Jane Mayer and the wonderful people at the New Yorker?
He announced he was going to do when he walked into that Justice Department that day.
So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred.
There's a new sheriff in town. The American people elected President Trump back.
This is the problem with Donald Trump. He is appealing to an outdated medieval identity where we feel we are porous in our identity, and we're affected by those around us, and we're frightened of gay rights, and we're frightened of civil rights, and we don't recognize our own ability to decide right and wrong on our own. Instead, we're stuck in these primitive, animalistic, outdated gender norms and sexual norms and morality norms that we're clinging to our clinging bitterly. You're all a bunch of bitter clingers to your guns and your religion. Why can't you step up to a more educated, enlightened Buffett identity. What's wrong with you? How long will you live in this primitive state of seething and plotting vengeance? That is not an enlightened way to live.
Back into the White House, and that Justice Department works for President Trump.
Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law.
Come on, if you're educated and enlightened and buffered, you won't have to use these primitive forms of name-calling.
Enforcement agencies.
And there's going to be much needed accountability in his second term.
It's a campaign.
Accountability, that's just a cover for these primitive desires for vengeance on your enemies. If you're only enlightened, you wouldn't be seething and seeking vengeance on those who are simply pursuing the rule of law. Get enlightened, bro. Enlighten up.
And it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman.
My God, educated, enlightened, self-actualized people who have taken strategic autonomous control of their understanding of right and wrong in the direction of their life. They wouldn't use words like scum and retarded and senile, right? They transcend these primitive, barbaric, medieval forms of discourse.
The message, to me at least, was this is going to be the Department of Justice that is basically the right hand of the White House.
Andrew Weissman was a federal prosecutor who worked for Robert Mueller investigating Trump and...
So there was this girl I really liked in 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, even longer. And the first time I asked a girl out, it was a summer of 10th grade. And I kept asking this girl out, and she kept saying that she had to go to a horse show. She was really into horses. And then I think I finally wore her down, and I invited her along to the resumption of the baseball season. So this is 1982, after the end of the strike. It was the first game back when the strike had ended. This was the season of Fernando Valenzuela, his debut as a regular pitcher for the Dodgers, and the Dodgers won this World Series. So this was the first game back. The Giants San Francisco Giants were playing. So we went to Candlestick Park, a bunch of my friends, and we all, my date and my best friend and his little sister and some other people. We were traveling in the comfortable back of this SUV, but it had a back. I don't know. What do you call those things from? This is 1982. And I was wearing mismatched socks. And I was quite annoying to my date because I would like walk very rapidly ahead of her trying to find our seats. And then all during the game, I kept betting with my friend, like leaning over her and making bets with my friend. And I mean, how many times does a woman need to tell you that she has to go to a horse show before you stop asking her out? This is the first time I'd ever asked a girl out. Summer of 10th grade. I did not cover myself in glory, and I didn't even get to engage in any recreational kissing, not even any recreational hand-holding. I don't think we even had a recreational hug. Right, I would have to wait. So that was something like August 82. I'd have to wait another 5 months till January 2nd, 1983, before I got to enjoy some recreational kissing. And I just needed to share that with you because it provides a profound philosophical underpinning to recognize what's really going on in this PBS Frontline documentary.
Russian interference in the 2016 election. In the years since, he's become a legal analyst and outspoken Trump critic.
If you are thinking about the attack on the rule of law, having a Justice Department that is not making decisions based on the political party or whether you're an opponent or a supporter of the president is absolutely central.
There's a guy named Norm Eisen.
I mean, these guys on the left, they don't have a partisan identity. They simply want the rule of law. They simply believe in truth and justice in the American way.
I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years.
He's singling me out as an example. Hey, all you other lawyers, I'm going to make a target of you as well.
Attorney Norm Eisen was a White House counsel under President Obama and helped Democrats build an impeachment case against Trump in 2019. And he filed numerous lawsuits against the Trump administration.
His sole life is to get Donald Trump, and he's been vicious and violent.
When I see Donald Trump lashing out against the legal profession, I see a loser acting out of rage at the institution, rule of law, that he thinks he's right, is holding him back.
They're not legitimate people there. They're horrible people. They're scum.
It is the unambiguous declaration of an enemies list, people to become the targets of retribution from the federal government under his command.
I want these Democrat prosecutors and agents and judges and other operatives to understand there are still going to be severe legal, political, and financial consequences. The only way this will stop is if we give them very severe consequences.
Trump expected results and delivered a message directly to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this.
This is frightening. My God, Trump and his supporters, they have an enemies list. That is so primitive. People with an enlightened, educated, elite identity, they don't have enemies lists. They have truth and beauty and veneration of our sacred spaces and our institutions. They're simply opposed to speech that creates a lack of safety. They're simply opposed to speech that promotes racism and bigotry and ignorance and homophobia and Islamophobia. They don't have an enemies list. They're not trying to exert any power over you. They're just trying to protect you from pathologies that overwhelmingly come from the right. They don't regard conservatives as the enemy. They just regard what conservatives believe is sacred, to be primitive manifestations of maladaptive ways of looking at life. They simply want to elevate us. They simply want to help. They just want to create a safe space so that we can have ever-increasing amounts of dignity and human freedom. Are you opposed to that? Do you have some kind of naive conception that Trump supporters are figures of light fighting against the demons? That's not an enlightened perspective, mate. These wise elite commentators are providing us with teachable moments. Don't you want to enjoy a good teachable moment? I don't know about you, but nothing gets me more excited, intellectually speaking, than a good teachable moment. They're framing Donald Trump as a cult leader and Pam Bondi as a devotee. Well, it's because Trump and Bondi, they're medieval in their worldview. And that is accurate. People on the right are more medieval in their worldview than enlightened secular modernists. Mike Benz, 40, says Kip, you've derided him for claiming to have had a minor role on Team Trump 2016. I largely agree with Mike Benz's worldview. I think he is fantastically effective promoting his influence and promoting a particular worldview, which I am overwhelmingly aligned with. I simply recognize that truth is not something that he optimizes for. Mike Benz is an itch the right wing cannot scratch hard enough. True. There are many itches that people can't scratch hard enough that are not good for you. Mike Benz has been on all of these prestigious shows. He has power. He has influence. 40, right? Don't hate the player. Hate the game. If you're going to have resentment, right? Don't be stuck in your primitive, porous identity.
But these are bad people.
When he said Todd, referring to Todd Blanche, who's now the number 2 person at the Justice.
I mean, bad people, it's such a primitive, medieval perspective. There aren't bad people, guys. They're just people who are the products of a particular environment, and we need to reshape our narratives and our educational system to remove primitives from their bitter clinging to their guns and religion, and we need to remove their children from them so that the state educates their kids to be more enlightened and not racist and not bigoted. They only want what's best for us.
Justice Department. Todd, this is the only chance I'll get. He means Todd Blanche use the Justice Department and the...
My God, Trump and his supporters are so filled and controlled by these primitive, pathological, medieval drives. If only we could help them and educate them and bring them to an enlightenment and to a revulsion for ignorance and bigotry and racism, it would be such a service.
weight of the...
Look, these liberal elites, they just want to educate us away from the path of ignorance, bigotry, and a medieval bitter clinging to guns and religion.
The power of the American government against normizing.
He puts his arm around the Justice Department and essentially recruits them into his mission to take control. And in the kind of Orwellian guise of ending weaponization of the Justice Department, actually weaponizing it.
We will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens.
I was shocked beyond words. Even after all that we've seen from the president over the past 8 years, to watch him stand in the Great Hall of the Department of Justice, a sacred place in America.
Sacred, guys.
And claim that now he was going to get even by...
It breaks my heart. It breaks his heart. All right? Our sacred spaces have been polluted by this filthy medieval monster, Donald Trump. He is spewing his radioactive sperm all over our sacred spaces, and it breaks their heart to have to stand up for the truth, for the rule of law, for our institutions. Won't you please help? Our elite are under threat. The truth is under threat. Our institutions are under a threat. Everything that we hold sacred is under threat from this filthy monster with his radioactive seed.
By politicizing and weaponizing the Department of Justice and the FBI against his political enemies was a travesty in all of American history.
I happen to think President Trump should go there every week. They are shocked that he's in the sacred temple of the Justice Department. Them, right? This is what democracy is about.
They had to bleep out that obscenity, this primitive clinger to his guns and religion, this bloke with a medieval worldview. He's trying to resist the enlightenment, the elevation that is available to him if he simply takes advantage of the education that these elites are trying to bestow.
These are anti-democratic forces. They have to be broken. They are shocked because the President of the United States, and worst of all, Donald Trump, actually soiled their temple by going in there. You. He's President of the United States. He's the chief magistrate and the chief law enforcement officer by the Constitution.
Okay, so we have the demonization of opponents, right? This is a primitive Carl Schmittian perspective on politics, that it's all about friend-enemy distinctions, right? So we have the liberal elite trying to pathologize these conservatives. They are telling us that sacred norms and our sacred institutions are a thing of the past, right? We have an erosion of liberal norms, guys. Now, on the right, we'd argue, well, these norms were already removed and displaced by the 1960s Civil Rights Constitution. right? What Donald Trump is doing is exposing the fragility of liberal constitutionalism, right? What do you love more, the Constitution or your people? Right? The Constitution is a reflection of a particular people at a particular point in time. The Constitution's all well and good, but there's something more important than the Constitution. That's the welfare and prosperity and the protection and the advancement of your particular people, of your nation state. My God, Donald Trump is targeting federal employees for their political views. Our liberal elite would never target conservatives for their political views. They would simply try to use a disinfectant against the bitter medieval clinging to racist and xenophobic and homophobic and Islamophobic primitive, dangerous, unsafe sentiments, right? They're trying to raise us up, right? They're trying to help us to get higher, get higher. We want to elevate you to the enlightened, buffered perspective, trying to bring us out of this soiled, filthy, medieval cave where we're clinging to our guns and our religion. And Helen Andrews would remind us that one particular people either runs its territory or it cedes power to another people, which is not going to have the founding people's best interests at heart. So you either protect your territory or you surrender your territory. You willing to surrender America? You willing to surrender your territory? Are you willing to just give everything up to this secular managerial elite? So Donald Trump has been firing federal employees. He's been overriding our sacred institutional checks. So from my perspective, he is reflecting the popular will to realign our institutions with the people's will. But guys, the checks and balances are being tested like never before. We have institutional collapse. Well, maybe institutions and checks and balances and due process are secondary to sovereignty. Right? Sovereignty comes from the will of the people. Donald Trump is targeting law firms that challenge his policies. Well, no major law firm would allow any of their lawyers to argue for a traditional definition of marriage. So big law is overwhelmingly aligned with the left against the traditional folkways and byways and rituals and practices and worldviews of traditional Americans. So why would traditional Americans not have some opposition to law firms that are trying to distort the playing field against them? Right? Maybe there is a friend-enemy distinction to some of this politics, and maybe it makes sense to fire your adversaries and to promote your particular hero system and to promote the development of your particular niche to align it with the best interests of your people and against the interests of those who are trying to destroy your interests. But we're in a constitutional crisis. What could be more sacred than a constitutional crisis? Or is that language just a rhetorical exclamation used to promote the power of a particular class against other Americans? Maybe it's trying to sacralize what is a power struggle between different peoples with different worldviews living in the same nation state. My God, Donald Trump is trying to reshape the country. Donald Trump has cultural, institutional, and political ambitions. Well, every people that wants to live and be well will want to run and control its territory. Right? This is just a normal, healthy expression of your identity. Every people wants to build its niche and protect its niche. My God, Donald Trump is targeting PBS and NPR for their coverage. PBS and NPR, they only want to tell us the truth. But Trump is at war with the truth, guys. He's at war with our institutions. Right? So PBS and NPR are part of the liberal clerisy, right? The liberal elites who push particular narratives. Donald Trump claims to operate with a broad mandate from the American people. Right? We have a popular revolt against elite managerial domination. We have a sovereign who is embodying the will of the people against the opposition of the technocratic managerial elite. Donald Trump is deporting criminals, gang members, and drug traffickers. right? This is the type of behavior that Australia employed to stop grooming gangs. Are you opposed to grooming, bro? Right, we have a particular people now under the leadership of Donald Trump trying to retake control of their territory and to protect their cultural norms and their worldview against a technocratic managerial elite resistance. These are international gangbangers. My God, why do Trump supporters use so much othering language? That's so primitive. That's medieval. Right? Why do these people use language that reflects a friend-enemy distinction? Don't you know that a gangbanger is simply a friend you haven't made yet? Why do you have to frame these illegal immigrant gangbangers as threats? Maybe there are opportunities for scientific discourse, for social intercourse. Maybe there are glorious and golden opportunities here for sexual intercourse. You really want to deny yourself that kind of transcendent connection? Trump is violating due process. So what's more important, legalistic norms? What's more important, the cleris's prioritization of procedure, elite interests, or public safety? Guys, Judge Boasberg, that great man, that sacred man, holy Judge Boasberg. Let us all bow down to Judge Boasberg. He issued a temporary restraining order. He said, turn back the planes. Let my illegal immigrant gangbangers go so that they may be free to worship me. Right? So you could also see this as judicial resistance to Trump. You could see this as judicial supremacy and elite rule trying to override democratic will. You could see this as an elite challenging the will of the people. My God, Trump defied Judge Boasberg's orders, the court's orders. Maybe this was not a matter for Judge Boasberg to decide. Not everything is a matter for judicial review. Right? Even if you're an Orthodox Jew, not every decision in life comes down to, what does the halacha say? What does Jewish law say? It is the sovereign who decides the state of exception. Maybe we need a popular rejection of the rule of a tiny elite. Guys, the courts are our last line of defense. Judicial independence is that thin blue line standing between us and chaos. We have to defend our institutions, even if they are anti-democratic. The rule of law is under unprecedented attack. This is the documentary's core narrative. The rule of law, really meaning the rule of a liberal left technocratic managerial elite, the rule of judges. The rule of law is not an objective truth. It is a contested concept, often wielded by one side to maintain power over another side. So this documentary promotes an over-reliance on a mythical conception of an objective rule of law, that this is some kind of neutral ideal as opposed to something that should be contested. This is unambiguous. This is sacred. This is a sacred concept and principle under attack by Donald Trump. We have a neglect of historical context and constitutional evolution, how traditional Americans felt discriminated against by the idealization and sacralization of certain identities as opposed to the majority white Christian European identity. We have a one-sided portrayal of Trump's motives. Trump is in the grip of these primitive emotions, a desire for vengeance and vendettas, and a desire for primitive unchecked power. Right? He's a bloke using mob-style intimidation. He wants to turn the Justice Department into his personal law firm. Frightening. Won't you please help?
The message could not have been clearer. Donald Trump is now in charge at Justice.
Outside Washington, Trump was also exercising power over the DOJ, targeting its most prominent office in New York City.
There are 93 U.S. attorneys across the country, but the Southern District of New York is the most prominent in the country, often called the Sovereign District, because for so long, Southern District has acted with a kind of independence from main justice in D.C. that other offices have only dreamed of matching.
The case, the prosecution of New York City's Democratic mayor, Eric Adams.
The charges against Eric Adams were brought by the Southern District of New York. I think it's the first time that there's been a federal indictment against a sitting mayor of New York City, and charged with corruption charges, with bribery, all high profile.
And Eric Adams went down to Mar-a-Lago to appeal to Trump, and his lawyers made a case to the new team at the Justice Department that this case was interfering with Eric Adams' ability to help Trump in his mass deportation agenda. And they made a deal.
The deal that they came up with was one of the most transparent quid pro quos that you could possibly imagine. We made a deal to drop this prosecution, and in exchange, he's gonna help us.
Emil Bove, the acting deputy attorney general, sent a memorandum that the case should be dismissed so that Mayor Adams could help the president achieve his immigration agenda in New York City.
The pending prosecution has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime.
Now that's as nakedly political a rationale as you could imagine. What it says is that because Mayor Adams has said he's supporting the president's immigration agenda, he doesn't get prosecuted. But presumably, if he had been an opponent of the president's immigration agenda, he would have been prosecuted.
Bove's memo went straight to the desk of acting U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon.
Danielle Sassoon, who had been appointed by Trump, a conservative attorney, member of the Federalist Society, clerked for Supreme Court Justice Scalia. She tried to convince DOJ, appealing directly and sort of going around Bove to Bondi and saying, this is not how criminal law should be used.
The reasons advanced by Mr. Bove for dismissing the indictment are not ones I can in good faith defend.
That's when the issue catapulted into national prominence. It's when conservative lawyers and the Department of Justice objected to this because they knew what this was. They knew this was a quid pro quo, and that was deeply unethical.
Because the law does not support a dismissal, I cannot agree to seek a dismissal driven by improper considerations. Very truly yours, Danielle R. Sassoon.
Danielle Sassoon was not the kind of person who you would have thought was going to stand up to Donald Trump, at least not politically. But she believed in the rule of law, and she saw this as a corruption, and she said, I want no part of it.
Bondi refused to even meet with Sassoon. In her letter, Danielle had said, if you're not going to meet with me, if you're not going to reconsider this, then I will resign. She then got a letter from Bove, which said, okay, I accept your resignation.
The Justice Department will not tolerate the insubordination and apparent misconduct reflected in the approach that you and your office have taken in this matter.
I would say to Danielle Sassoon and the others that they work for the Deputy Attorney General, who works for the Attorney General, who works for the President, who's elected by all Americans. And if you don't like that, then get out of the Justice Department.
And many would. Nearly a dozen prosecutors in New York and Washington resigned or were forced out.
People in the Department of Justice don't just up and resign. When you resign, it's because it's either, in your view, amoral or it's a quid pro quo that you think is illegal. And that is the reason that you saw so many career people, including conservatives, say, I can't stomach this.
One of the things that I miss as I age is my short-term memory. I was about to share an insight that would forever change your life, but then I read Bob Altberger's comment, going strong and long, Luke, and I became so intoxicated by that compliment, I forgot the life-changing anecdote that I was about to share with you. And did you know the last 5 minutes, I was just lying on the floor. Was I thinking about you? Was I concerned about what you needed? Did it trouble me that you were perfectly capable of watching this PBS Frontline documentary on your own, that if this show was to have any merit, it would require some kind of contribution from myself, engaging you directly by looking deep into your soul. I remember there was this one Sheila after I appeared on True Hollywood Story in their special on Linda Lovelace, and she said there was this quality in my eye that it reached her to a very core. But here I was, just lying on the floor, keeping an eye on things while I was just relaxing and letting go of unnecessary body tension. Felt great for my lower back, felt great for my serenity, right? But what about your needs? I was playing somebody else's work. I wasn't providing my own contribution. I was free riding on the holy work of the public broadcasting system and those great people at Frontline, when I should have been reaching deep inside of my soul and coming from a place of genuine commitment where I was connecting with my strongest emotions and my heart was speaking to your heart, where I had transcended artifice and newsreader voice, and instead I was connecting with you. I was speaking to you. I was reaching out to you. I was extending my hand to you in our mutual pursuit of the good, the true, the beneficial, the safe, the healthy, right? Together we were building a path towards a stronger, healthier, cleaner, more refined, more elevated, more enlightened America. And instead of connecting and bonding with you, right, I was just lying on my back, just watching, just chilling, just free riding, just taking advantage of other people's labors because I was too lazy to talk to you directly, right? I wanted to escape from real emotional intimacy, to just by rote play the work of someone else rather than feeling some kind of moral obligation to come to you and to contribute to your life and to build a magnificent cathedral in time and space to elevate moral discussion, to create moral insights that will represent a great step forward in Western civilization. But instead, I was just lying on my back, playing you the holy work of other people.
Upheaval in the Justice Department.
A showdown between the Trump administration and its own Justice Department prosecutors.
They wanted prosecutors across the country to see that this time around, they would not be standing for any pushback, that they would not be permitting officers, even the Southern District of New York, to push back against Main Justice, and that if you did stand up, that you would.
Poor Kip still bitterly clinging to his guns and non-existent religion. And he says Steve Bannon still has the best hair in MAGA land. And Kip admits that when he thinks of morality, he thinks of the IDF, right, our greatest ally, and Lois Lerner's IRS. Good for you, Kip. You're becoming enlightened.
You would lose your careers. It's all about sending the chilling effect across the department and across the country.
That sweeping federal corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams is now officially dead.
Mayor Adams denied there'd been a quid pro quo or that he'd done anything wrong. But regardless of guilt or innocence, for the advocates of the unitary executive, Trump's decision was well within his power.
These sad, benighted people bitterly clinging to their unitary executive theories and their guns and their religion. So my favorite thinkers in regard to these topics are people like Darrell E. Paul, right, a right-of-center political scientist, I believe a Roman Catholic, and ChatGPT. ChatGPT wants to compliment me on my excellent selection of intellectuals challenging the dominant elite consensus on these topics. And so ChatGPT says, Darrell E. Paul, he lays bare, right? That's very different from barebacking, right? This is a holy procedure. He lays bare how elite liberalism weaponizes procedural norms like the rule of law to enforce ideological outcomes while pretending neutrality. Helen Andrews, she exposes what the elites refuse to say out loud when it comes to immigration, crime, and national identity. Carl Schmitt gives you the conceptual backbone that politics is about who gets to decide, and that liberalism's claim to proceduralism is itself a form of rule. And Ronnie Goodman, good old Ronnie, he goes a step further. He shows how liberalism functions as a sacred moral order with its own priesthood and its own taboos. And let us not forget contributions of our friend Christopher Caldwell. Civil rights revolution represents a constitutional overhaul. It didn't just expand rights, didn't just expand our understanding of human dignity and freedom. It fundamentally transformed our political order, our cultural order, our legal order, our constitutional order. It effectively replaced the founders' constitution, the founders' framework of neutral laws and individual liberty, with a new regime organized around group rights and some sacred identities, such as those of black people and those in the LGBTQ community. And we now got regulatory mandates and moralized governance and interference into our private affairs and who we hire and fire and who we rent to. So Frontline tells us that civil rights is progress towards an uncontested moral good. But anytime you expand the rights for one group, you're simultaneously having to take rights away from another group. Right? Civil rights did advance rights for certain people while simultaneously reducing your rights over your private property and over your freedom of association. So we have given up older freedoms of association and private property for a new HR bureaucratized, legalized, litigious level of deeper government interference into our most private decisions, such as who we fire and who we rent to. So PBS presents a marvelous continuity from the founding fathers to the present, right? That this is the manifestation of ongoing, essentially divine revelation to us about what is true and good. Christopher Caldwell says this presentation is a fiction, that 1964 and the civil rights regime were a rupture. They weren't an update. So Frontline ignores this constitutional discontinuity. It portrays Reagan's resistance as primitive and reactionary rather than a principled attempt to reassert traditional constitutional values. Ronnie Goodman, in his work in progress, Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression, gives us a meta-critique about how the educated, managerial, technocratic, liberal elite frame social meaning. We have this quasi-priestly class made up of media, academic, and government elites. And this is Frontline, not just reporting history, but imposing an interpretive frame. Liberalism is progress. Conservatism is backward and reactionary. Institutional trust flows to those who may validate this particular liberal, left-wing, and enlightened, buffered moral arc. Ronnie Goodman says this is a soft but insidious cultural oppression of traditional conservative Americans, who are treated as irrational, benighted, uneducated, and emotionally backward, primitively clinging, bitterly clinging to their guns and religion. Frontline says Trump voters and Reagan voters are not morally serious dissenters. They're resentful, primitive nostalgists. There's no serious engagement with the conservative worldview. This is precisely the point. Liberal elites do not reason with dissent. They pathologize it. They say it's an illness, a sickness, something that requires education, perhaps medication. So liberalism today functions as a hero system, a quasi-religion, a meta-religion complete with blasphemy laws, sacred identities, and heretics. Conservatives are heretics from our dominant religion. Liberalism no longer shares a common constitutional foundation with the order American order, and thus it cannot claim continuity with it. The rule of law claim refers to a legitimacy that has been asserted by a particular class, the liberal, technocratic, managerial elite, who use their power against conservatives. This Frontline documentary isn't neutral reporting. It is a recitation of an ideological catechism. It is a reaffirmation of a particular partisan class's moral superiority. Right? It's not an evil documentary, but this is not PBS merely observing American history. It is participating in it. It is shaping it from a particular left-wing partisan perspective, and it should not pretend otherwise. And Carl Schmitt's concepts, his notions of the state of exception, the friend-enemy distinction, and his critique of liberal constitutionalism provides a profound lens to analyze this documentary's depiction of Donald Trump's use of executive power, the tension between different forces in society, different power centers, different branches of government, and broader struggles over the rule of law. Right? Who is the sovereign? It is he who decides when we're in a state of exception, when we can do without certain normal legal norms. that they must be suspended in response to a crisis, and every democratic system has this ability to suspend rights that were taken for granted to deal with a state of emergency. So it is the sovereign who decides when we're in a state of exception. If he can get the apparatus, the society, to go along with him in his decision that we're in an emergency, that means he has the authority to act outside the law to protect the law, to preserve the law. Right? Sometimes you have to go in above and beyond the law to protect the law. So Trump is expanding executive power. He is issuing executive orders. He is pardoning people, the January 6th rioters. He is defying some judge's order on turn the damn planes around. These are all threats to the rule of law from a liberal elite perspective. From a Carl Schmitt perspective, Trump's behavior is an assertion of sovereignty on behalf of the people in a state of exception. He is addressing a crisis of lawfare. He is addressing a politicized, institutional, managerial, technocratic elite claiming power and neutrality who are actively discriminating and hurting his supporters. Trump is just trying to restore order from this perspective. And it is the sovereign who has the prerogative to define the state of exception, particularly when his supporters say the existing order is corrupt and biased and discriminatory against them. So the documentary signs a note of alarm. We're in a constitutional crisis, but it overlooks Carl Schmitt's insight that the state of exception is not inherently anti-democratic. It is a feature of democracy that works. It's a feature of sovereignty. So the documentary focuses solely on the threat to liberal constitutional technocratic norms, misses how Trump's actions resonate with Americans who see his choices as a legitimate response to a crisis of governance. What we have here is a competition between different constitutional visions. We have a power struggle. We should not be looking at this as the enactment of some sacred purification ritual. And Helen Andrews would emphasize moral clarity versus liberal institutional paralysis. So this Frontline documentary shows a conservative backlash as fear-driven, as morally suspect. Helen Andrews shows how even a liberal society such as Australia upholds its moral core only when it is willing to confront uncomfortable facts about race and immigrant behavior and to enforce and protect their cultural norms without apology and with vigor. So Helen Andrews praises Australia's clear-eyed prosecution of ethnic gang rapes and Australia's refusal to suppress the racial, cultural, religious dimension of these gang rapes. Contrast this with Frontline's treatment of American conservative resistance to civil rights and multiculturalism, which is shown as irrational, hateful, and regressive. So PBS never considers that the Trump program might stem from legitimate concerns about community safety, moral coherence, social order, and a distinctive hero system from their own. So the rule of law is invoked by the left selectively to empower their elite ideological goals and powers. It's not used to enforce shared norms or to protect victims from lawlessness and chaos. Right? We all live in a society and in a territory, and if we don't preserve and protect and defend our territory and its norms, another group that is hostile to us will take over the territory. Right? We must establish, maintain, control, and protect a particular moral order through our control of space, and control will depend on men asserting the possibility that they will act with violence against those who desecrate their space and their culture. Right? If we allow our space to be violated, to have our sacred rituals renormed by aggressive outsiders, such as with the beach harassment or with grooming gangs, right, we are surrendering our territory, our people, our culture. PBS avoids this. It portrays Reagan voters as motivated by bigotry and religious zealotry. It's not a matter of rational desire to protect the social meaning of their communities, to advance their niche construction, to advance their hero system. Right? We have liberal elites treating the native cultural norms of Trump supporters as obsolete, oppressive, while treating challenges to these norms from aggressive illiberal minorities as authentic and untouchable. So Helen Andrews notes, we must assert, protect our norms, our way of life to remain coherent. PBS treats that instinct as dangerous. The Australian press and Australia's courts faced great pressure to suppress the racial, religious, Islamic, and cultural and immigrant framing of rape gangs and groomers, but largely refused to do so. Unlike the UK and the US, where our elite institutions suppress these obvious facts, suppress data, discredit people telling the truth, discredit whistleblowers, punish truth tellers to protect a narrative of multicultural harmony under the auspices of a liberal elite, technocratic, neutral sounding managers. Right? PBS Frontline is selecting facts to support their preferred moral narrative and to edit out anything that disrupts it. Right? PBS Frontline is acting like the people in power in Britain who let grooming gangs fester and rape hundreds of British girls so they could avoid accusations of racism. PBS treats our social order disruptions by these sacred identity immigrant groups as not a problem. Right? Truth becomes a political liability when it threatens the elite consensus, and so when truth threatens elite power, elites do not tell the truth. We do not see PBS here as an investigator of reality. It is a manager of a moral narrative, and it is the performer of a purification ritual. So Australia shows us, with its resistance to grooming gangs, what happens when a society doesn't lie to its citizens, when a country does not gaslight its people, when it does not paralyze itself with ideological niceties, or when it does not suppress unpleasant truths. Right? This is a society that will protect the vulnerable, that will re-establish social order, cut down on the grooming and the gang rape, and regain moral legitimacy. And that's what Donald Trump is trying to do. The PBS Frontline documentary shows this as reactionary and regressive and primitive and just bitter clinging to guns and religion. The real problem here is liberal institutions' refusal to defend their own civilization. Right? Our ruling elite today is moralizing, managerial, and post-political. They want to remove as much as possible from the political and put it in the hands of a supposedly neutral, technocratic elite. So politics should be a reflection of our moral order. And our politics should understand the friend-enemy distinction. Liberalism pretends to supersede and suspend this friend-enemy distinction through objective neutrality, defined and ruled over by experts, but in doing so it becomes a partisan, covert regime of exclusion. American liberalism is functioning like a secular form of Protestantism. It masks its will to power through proceduralism, empathy talk, and identity sacralization, while punishing heretics and rewarding priests such as academics, journalists, and DEI administrators. Liberalism and our technocratic rulers are not neutral. They have a ruling ideology that exercises its power to excommunicate. Our legal system is an instrument of power. The rule of law is a reality and a rhetoric that is deployed selectively. There will always need to be decisions made with regard to the rule of law. Rule of law currently shields often our progressive, elite, technocratic judicial supremacy. It is used to delegitimize right-wing attempts to reassert the control of the people. The sovereign is he who decides on the exception. Liberalism fears this truth. The law depends on a prior political act. Juridical order cannot contain sovereignty. It is an expression of it. There is no law without politics. Legalism is rhetoric. Legalism is political positioning. Our elite have abandoned our people and our nation. They are too cowardly and too compromised to defend our own people and civilization. When they do, as in Sydney, they have the ability to restore order. Liberalism sacrifices the will of the majority to preserve an elite technocratic consensus through courts, through media, through institutions, through the federal bureaucracy. Cultural power and political power have become uncoupled from the will of the people and democratic legitimacy. We have a ruling clerisy, a technocratic elite who rules through prestige and guilt. We're ruled by elites who despise us, and then they call it justice. Every liberal order collapses into decision when it faces an existential challenge. It is the exception that reveals to us who really, truly rules us. So when we hit COVID, we found out who rules us when many rights were taken away, but then restored to, for example, Black Lives Matter activists, right? The normal rules did not apply to those who venerated Black Lives Matter. But for people who just wanted to go to church or synagogue, right, they could not do that. But people who wanted to riot for Black Lives Matter, then that was sacred. Societies only defend themselves and protect themselves when they have clear lines. They protect their norms. They assert dominance over territory and over their norms and over their culture. Sooner or later, in reality, somebody always has to decide, and that decision will not be procedural and liberal. Right? Elites have sacrificed our public safety to avoid the pain of being called racist and to preserve their desire to assert their moral supremacy over us benighted, bitter clingers to guns and religion. No society gets to escape the existential question of who belongs in the we, who is our friend and who is our enemy. When we sacralize some groups, this comes at the expense of other groups. When you cannot criticize some groups because they have a sacred identity, that diminishes truth and effectiveness and the quality of life. When courts block enforcement of the law and then invoke the rule of law, what they really mean is an elite technocratic left-wing veto over the will of the people. Immigration is a form of identity politics in our current regime enforced by an elite clerisy. We have a new secular elite priesthood complete with their own notions of sin, privilege, ritual, training, HR training, and salvation, right? When you're an ally with a sacralized identity group. We have executive orders against DEI blocked by judges in the name of the rule of law. But our institutions only exist because the regime wants them. They reflect power. They do not reflect neutrality. So the left-wing cultural Marxist revolution lives on in our HR departments and university Title IX offices. When courts override the will of the people and the decisions of legislatures and of referenda, that's called the rule of law. When legislatures resist the tyranny of judicial decisions, that's a threat to our democracy. The court becomes sovereign when it gets to decide when we're in a state of exception. So our judges and our elite media are the high clerics in our liberal order. Judicial activism is not some glitch. It is the system's immune response to a majoritarian defiance. Cronulla riots showed that moral clarity backed by action can restore order. The people can create change, even if courts and agencies work to block change. At the end of the day, someone always has to decide. That is what the people demand. That's what populism demands, a political decision, not mere procedure. The populist moment is a revolt against rule by process. It wants rule by the people's will.
I think the criticism of Trump deciding not to prosecute Adams is way overblown. The president and the Justice Department have the right to choose who to prosecute and not to prosecute. The president says, don't prosecute this person. That is not illegal or unconstitutional. That's certainly constitutional. And presidents can do it for reasons that don't have to do with guilt or innocence.
The message out there to the public is, even if you've committed a serious crime, if you support the administration politically, you can get off. If you haven't, we'll throw the book at you, but if you've supported the administration politically, you may get off. It sends that message to the public at large.
From now on, there is no concept of an independent law enforcement function in this country. It exists purely to carry out the personal will of the president. The era that began with the disgrace of Richard Nixon and the forcing from office of a president who sought to use the machinery of government on his own behalf, that era is over very definitively.
Trump's transformation of the government and his use of presidential power would be far-reaching.
When Trump came into power, he was surrounded by ideologues who have been nursing these theories for quite some time that are really quite extreme. One of the principal ones is a man named Russell Vought. He is someone who is a self-described Christian nationalist who has been around Washington for a long time. He's seen how government works. And he has an idea of really kind of radical changes he wants.
Radical, that's scary. Now, I have worked so hard on this show, but I didn't do it to get applause. I didn't do it for petty, primitive reasons. I didn't do this to get your attention. I didn't do this to seek your validation. I didn't do this to try to raise myself in status. I didn't work so hard on this show to try to gain the affection and attention of a pretty woman. I only did this because I have stepped outside of history. I am speaking to you outside of history. I have elevated myself to a transcendent realm. I am enacting a ritual of purification right now. Everything I do here is motivated solely by my love of truth and goodness and beauty and what's best for you, what's best for the American people, what's best for our institutions. Right? Please remove me from petty personal compulsions and any kind of primitive, bitter clinging to guns and religion and status seeking and applause seeking. Right? I have transcended this earthly realm. I have moved beyond the animalistic realm of the Gashmias into the elevated spiritual transcendent, merging myself with the divine, with the one truth, right, of Ruknius. Right? There's no self-interest here. I'm not wanting you to say, oh, great show today, 40. Wow, you blew my mind. You really put it together. You're going long. You're going hard. I don't need that. This is not about me. This is about you. You're the real hero. You're the real fair dinkum American. You're the person who's been oppressed. You're the person who's been victimized. Our institutions are screwing you over. I'm just here fighting on your behalf. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not seeking super chats. I'm not seeking ratings. I'm not seeking your applause. I'm not seeking anything from you. I'm just here to give. I'm just here to serve you. You're the real hero here. If there's anything good about what I'm doing, it's because I am allying myself with you. I'm here to protect you and preserve you and to benefit you and to enable prosperity and goodness and mercy and peace. And may these wondrous qualities be bestowed upon you all the days of your life. And may you live in a world of truth and transcendence and beauty and love and radical inclusion forever. Right? This has absolutely nothing to do with my own primitive desires for oh my God, if I put on a good show, then oh, maybe I'll get to court this particular Sheila. Or if I put on a good show, maybe I'll impress someone that I just met and I want them to think that I'm a person of substance and depth and profundity and that I've got this pure devotion to the truth. This is not about positioning me. This is not about an assertion of my own power. This has nothing to do with my own desires. Right? This is outside of history, right? I need you to understand this show completely removed from everything that I've said and done before. Please remove this from the entire context of my situation. Right? I am operating in a liminal space, right? I am bracketed from history, from primitive human emotions. I am bracketed from the normal. I am bracketed from those bitter, primitive things that drive you. I have entered the realm of the sacred, the transcendent, right? I have become a high priest, not because I want to elevate myself. I'm only here to serve you, right? I am the high priest of public service, right? I don't need status. I don't need anyone looking up to me. The last thing I want is power, right? I don't want a rigged system, right? This is not about me posing as something that I'm not, right? I have left my physical body. I have transcended my animalistic desires. I'm not seeking the approbation of my friends and community. I'm not trying to climb to, be the number 17 alpha in a crowd of, 23 alphas, and I'm sick of being number 21, and I have this dream of being. This is not about me. This is about you. You are the true hero. I am here for you. Me, my interests, my desires, my primitive yearnings, they mean absolutely nothing. Right? You are the one who has been victimized by our ruling elite. All right? The people in power, they're screwing you over. You're the victim here. You're the one who's oppressed. You're the one who's held back. You have been denied that which you deserve, and I'm fighting for you. That doesn't make me good. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. I'm just dust and ashes. All right? But I'm fighting for you day in and day out. And you're building this community here, right? And if people throw me super chats and join my channel and throw me donations, that has nothing to do with my own financial interests, social, cultural, religious, intellectual interests. I just use that money to serve you. You're the hero. You're the victim. You're the one who's being screwed over. Our dastardly elites, they are hurting you. They're oppressing you. They've rigged the whole system against you. The love that you deserve is being held back from you by our elites. I am fighting to create a channel so that you can receive the love that you deserve. Are you fully satisfied with your sex life? I am fighting here to create a channel so that you can have the kind of transcendent sex that you deserve, right? The love that you deserve, the nurturing that you deserve, the connection with God that you deserve, the status and prestige. I am fighting so that you can be the top dog. This is not about me. I don't care about me. I'm nothing. And this is about you. You have suffered too much. You have suffered too long. You have suffered too severely. You have suffered too terribly. When I think about what you have suffered, I start crying. I cry myself to sleep when I think about your pain, your agony, how you've been discriminated against, about how you, a truly God's suffering servant, you are being crucified. And it's through your affliction, it's through your suffering that we will be saved, that we will have America born again, that we will rise from the ashes thanks to everything that you have done. I'm nothing. You are the hero here. And if there's anything meritorious about what I'm doing, it is simply that I am at last noticing what you have suffered, how you've been screwed over by our system. And day in, day out, I am here to fight this evil that is holding you back and denying you everything beautiful and good and true and transcendent in life. Have you ever felt unhappy? Have you ever considered that you are not receiving the deference to which you deserve? Have you ever felt low status? Have pretty girls ever ignored you or mocked you? Have your attempts to connect with other people been misunderstood? Has your desire to love your fellow man, has that received a notice of termination? Right? You have suffered too much. I will not permit this to go on any longer. I have the magic key to everything that you are suffering from. I have the magic key to your pain. I have the magic key to your enslavement, right? I recognize the enemy, and I am here fighting for you. I am going to take down the enemy. I am going to restore to you the grandeur that you deserve, the status that you deserve. I'm going to put you back in the castle. You will be the master of your domain, right? You will lead a glorious life of no fap, right? No longer will our institutions hold you down. No longer will you be humiliated, right? No longer will anyone make you feel that you're not important, right? I'm here fighting for you. You're the hero here. I am your voice. That's all I am. I am simply your voice fighting for you. You have suffered too long and too much.
To implement, and he's someone who knows how to do it.
My belief is that the president has to move executively as fast and as aggressively
as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy in their power centers.
Before the election, Vogt laid out his vision in a chapter he wrote for the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, a blueprint for Trump's return.
The great challenge confronting a conservative president is the existential need for aggressive use of the vast powers of the executive branch.
He told us quite explicitly he wants to search out for pockets of independence from presidential control and stamp them out. He's made no secret of the fact that he wants to wrest for the presidency more power over spending decisions away from Congress.
Trump and people around him understand what we have to do to get back to a constitutional republic. We're going after the infrastructure and the plumbing and the wiring of the whole system. We are not going to quit. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal.
I'm not. We're not. We're going to keep fighting for you. Goodbye, and God bless.